السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلاً وسهلاً بالحضور الكريم. نود بداية أن نشكركم على حضوركم لمؤتمرنا الافتراضي حول النقل الحضري والتنقل المستدام، تجارب عالمية وعربية، باستضافة اتحاد المهندسين العرب، لجنة النقل والمواصلات. معكم محدثتكم لينا عبد الحكيم الشنيكات من شركة تطوير الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، الراعي الرسمي لهذا المؤتمر. تتألف أجندة المؤتمر من جلسة افتتاحية وجلستين علميتين. الجلسة الأولى ستكون بعنوان التنقل المستدام، عناصره والفرص المتاحة، والجلسة الثانية بعنوان نظام النقل الحضري، التحديات والاتجاهات الجديدة. ستتخلل الجلستين أسئلة وأجوبة لمدة 15 دقيقة، واستراحة بين الجلستين مدتها 30 دقيقة، نستأنف بعدها الجلسة الثانية. أما الآن اسمحوا لي أن أقدم لكم محدثينا في الجلسة الافتتاحية التي نبدأها بدولة رئيس الوزراء الأسبق لجمهورية مصر العربية الأستاذ الدكتور المهندس عصام عبد العزيز شرف، عضو لجنة النقل والمواصلات باتحاد المهندسين العرب ورئيس اللجنة التنظيمية للمؤتمر. وكما هو معروف للجميع، يعتبر الأستاذ الدكتور عصام شرف من أفضل الخبراء العالميين في مجالات النقل والتنقل المستدام، وقد تبوأ عدة مناصب قيادية في الحكومة، حيث شغل منصب رئيس وزراء جمهورية مصر العربية في عام 2011، كما عين وزير للنقل بين الأعوام 2004 و2005. لدى الأستاذ الدكتور عصام شرف خبرة واسعة في الأدوار الاستشارية على الصعيدين الإقليمي والدولي، بما في ذلك جمهورية مصر العربية والإمارات العربية المتحدة والمملكة العربية السعودية والصين. وعلى مدى 40 عاماً من الخبرة المهنية، تم ترشيح الأستاذ الدكتور المهندس عصام شرف ومنحه العديد من الجوائز والتقديرات المهنية المحلية والإقليمية والدولية. فليتفضل مشكوراً بإلقاء كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصديق العزيز الأستاذ الدكتور عادل الحديثي، أمين عام اتحاد المهندسين العرب، الصديق العزيز المهندس أحمد سلمان، رئيس لجنة النقل باتحاد المهندسين العرب، السيدات والسادة المتحدثين في هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي، السيدات والسادة المشاركين معنا الآن، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في الحقيقة المؤتمر كان من المقرر انعقاده منذ أكثر من 3 سنوات، ولكن تأخر انعقاده لأسباب خارجة عن إرادة الاتحاد. ولهذا أود أن أكرر شكري لدكتور عادل الحديثي على إصراره على انعقاد المؤتمر وعلى تشجيعه ودعمه لانعقاده. كما أتوجه بالشكر إلى الصديق العزيز المهندس هاني ضاحي نقيب المهندسين المصريين على دعمه لفكرة المؤتمر منذ البداية. كما أود توجيه شكر خاص لصديقي الغالي الدكتور عاطف لبيب، مؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة تطوير، الشركة المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر، ولكل العاملين معه. وأيضا أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لأعضاء مؤسسة شرف للتنمية المستدامة على المشاركة المتميزة في الإعداد لهذا المؤتمر، وأخص بالذكر الأستاذة فاطمة عبد الله مساعد رئيس مجلس أمناء المؤسسة. السيدات والسادة، موضوع هذا المؤتمر يتعلق بالنقل الحضري، أي النقل داخل المدن. وهذا النوع من النقل له أهمية خاصة لأنه يتعلق بجزء هام في أي دولة، وهو المدن ونسبة السكان المقيمين فيها، أو كما يطلق عليها مستوى الأربانيزيشن أو المدينية إذا صحت الترجمة، نسبة إلى المعيشة في المدن يعني. وهناك 3 نقاط أود الإشارة إليها وتتعلق بموضوع الأربانيزيشن أو عدد السكان الذين يعيشوا في المدن منسوباً إلى عدد السكان الكلي. أولاً، هناك علاقة واضحة وقوية بين مستوى التطور والنمو في الدول ومستوى الأربانيزيشن. فعلى سبيل المثال، مستوى الأربانيزيشن أو نسبة السكان في المدن في أمريكا حوالي 82%، في أوروبا حوالي 75%، في آسيا حيث تقل نسبة التطور حوالي 51%، أما في أفريقيا اللي هي كل دول أفريقيا تعتبر دول نامية هي حوالي 43%. ثانياً، متوسط مستوى الأربانيزيشن على مستوى العالم حوالي 56%، ومن المتوقع أن يصل إلى حوالي 70% خلال ال3 عقود التالية، بما يعني أن أكثر من ثلثي سكان العالم سوف يعيشون في المدن. ثالثاً، معدل زيادة الإربانيزيشن، أي معدل زيادة سكان المدن حالياً في الدول النامية في الفترة القادمة أكبر بكثير من الدول الصناعية المتقدمة، وبالتالي يعتقد أن الجزء الأعظم من الزيادة في مستوى الإربانيزيشن على مستوى العالم من 56% إلى حوالي 70% مستقبلاً سيكون في الدول النامية، بما يعني أن مشاكل المدن الناجمة عن تنافس السكان على الخدمات ومنها النقل بالطبع يمكن أن تتفاقم بصورة كبيرة إذا لم يتم الانتباه إليها والعمل على التخطيط الجيد لمواجهتها من الآن. ومن هنا تتضح أهمية هذا المؤتمر، والذي يتناول واحداً من أهم الأنشطة الإنسانية وهو التنقل، والذي يعتبر محور التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية في أي دولة، وتزداد أهميته عندما يتم تناول هذا النشاط في المدن بما يميزها من حيث كثافة السكان والعديد من الصعوبات كما ذكرت. ولهذا يجب التعامل مع تعظيم وتسهيل دور النقل الحضري من خلال نظم تشريعية وتخطيطية وتشغيلية حديثة تعكس أهمية هذا النشاط الحيوي، مدركين أن تحسن وتطوير النقل الحضري يعني دفع التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية للدولة ككل، ومن ثم تحسين جودة الحياة للمواطن. وهنا تأتي أهمية التقنيات الحديثة وتطبيقات الاقتصاد الرقمي والرقمنة والذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات الضخمة بيج داتا وغيرها في تفعيل مفاهيم المدن الذكية وما يلزمها من نظم نقل مواكبة لها. فلقد أثبتت التجارب أنه بحسن استخدام هذه التقنيات تزداد فاعلية هذه نظم النقل هذه والعائد منها على الكل. سيداتي وسادتي، وهذا بالضبط ما يهدف إليه هذا المؤتمر، وسيتم التعرض له من خلال هذه المجموعة المتميزة من المتحدثين. ولذلك أود أن أنهي كلمتي بتكرار الشكر والتقديم لجميع المتحدثين سواء من الدول العربية أو الدول الأجنبية، وأشكرهم شكرا جزيلا على وقتهم وعلى مشاركتهم في هذا المؤتمر، وتمنياتي بإذن الله بنجاح المؤتمر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر الأستاذ الدكتور المهندس عصام عبد العزيز شرف على كلمته الطيبة. والآن ننتقل لمتحدثنا التالي لكلمة الأستاذ الدكتور المهندس عادل الحديثي، أمين عام اتحاد المهندسين العرب، الحاصل على شهادة الدكتوراه في الهندسة المدنية من المعهد الوطني للعلوم التطبيقية في فرنسا. وقد تبوأ الأستاذ الدكتور عادل الحديثي عدة مناصب أكاديمية وحكومية، وعلى مدى 50 عاماً من العمل الأكاديمي ساهم الأستاذ الدكتور عادل الحديثي بنشر عدد كبير من البحوث العلمية والدراسات، وله اختراعات. فليتفضل مشكوراً بإلقاء كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الأخ دولة رئيس الوزراء الأسبق الأستاذ الدكتور عصام شرف رئيس المؤتمر، الأخ المهندس أحمد سلمان رئيس لجنة النقل والمواصلات، المشاركون الكرام. إن موضوع النقل الحضري من المواضيع المهمة التي يجب أن نوليها اهتماماً، حيث تعاني العديد من مدننا العربية من مشاكل كثيرة وكبيرة في هذا المجال، تحتاج إلى وضع الحلول العلمية والعملية من أجل حلها، وهذا بحاجة إلى عدم العشوائية في الحلول من قبل الجهات الرسمية العربية، وفتح المجال أمام ذوي الاختصاص والاستفادة منهم بما يملكون من خبرة ودراية ومعرفة علمية بما تقوم به دول العالم وعلماؤها وباحثيها. ونحن لدينا الكثير والكثير من الخبرات العربية المتميزة التي ساهم قسم منها في حل المشاكل في العديد من مدن العالم. قد أتقدم بخالص التقدير والاحترام للأخ الدكتور عصام شرف على الجهود التي بذلها لعقد هذا المؤتمر، وبكل أمانة لولاه لما تم عقده، خاصة في ظل الظروف الصحية التي تحل بالعالم نتيجة انتشار فيروس الكورونا. والشكر للأخ رئيس اللجنة المهندس أحمد سلمان على جهوده وتواصله المستمر مع الأمانة العامة للاتحاد ورئيس المؤتمر. والشكر لكل الأساتذة الأفاضل الذين ساهموا في الإعداد والتنظيم، ولنقابة المهندسين الداعم المستمر للأمانة العامة لاتحاد المهندسين العرب. كذلك السادة مقدمي أوراق العمل، كل الشكر والتقدير على ما بذلوه من جهد في إعداد أوراق عمله، التي بالتأكيد ستغطي موضوع المؤتمر وستكون مفيدة لجميع العاملين في هذا المجال. كان بودنا أن يعقد المؤتمر في ظروف أفضل، حيث أن المناقشات الجانبية تغير كثيرا من جوانب الموضوع، لكن إرادة الله هي أكبر من أي إرادة، ونحن على ثقة أن المؤتمر سيخرج بنتائج وتوصيات تخدم هذا القطاع الهام والذي يعاني من مشاكل كثيرة في مدننا. بارك الله بكم جميعا أيها الأخوة والأساتذة المشاركين، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر الأستاذ الدكتور المهندس عادل الحديثي على كلمته. والآن ننتقل لكلمة المهندس أحمد سلمان، رئيس لجنة النقل والمواصلات باتحاد المهندسين العرب، الحاصل على درجة البكالوريوس في هندسة المدنية بكلية الهندسة بجامعة بغداد. ويعد المهندس سلمان خبيراً في مجال إدارة وتنفيذ المشاريع الإنشائية والمقاولات، وهو عضو مجلس نقابة المهندسين العراقية ورئيس قسم الهندسة المدنية. فليتفضل مشكوراً بإلقاء كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الأمين العام لاتحاد المهندسين العرب الأستاذ الدكتور عادل الحديثي المحترم، معالي الأستاذ الدكتور عصام شرف رئيس المؤتمر المحترم، السيدات والسادة الحضور المحترمون، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. باسمي وباسم زملائي أعضاء لجنة النقل والمواصلات باتحاد المهندسين العرب، أرحب بكم وأشكر حضوركم فعاليات لجنتنا، وأثمن الجهود التي بذلها سيادة الأمين العام للاتحاد الأستاذ الدكتور عادل الحديثي، وأتقدم بجزيل الشكر والامتنان إلى عضو لجنتنا الأستاذ الدكتور عصام شرف رئيس المؤتمر على ما بذله من جهود متميزة في الإعداد والتحضير لهذا الحدث، وحرصه على أن يحقق المؤتمر أهدافه المرجوة. كما وأشكر جميع الأساتذة المحاضرين ورؤساء الجلسات وفريق العمل وشركة تطوير الراعي الرسمي للمؤتمر على مشاركتهم، وأتمنى لهم النجاح والتوفيق. نلتقي اليوم في هذا المؤتمر لنسلط الضوء على تجارب النقل الحضري الناجحة في العالم وما وصلت إليه من تطور، وإمكانية الاستفادة منها وتطبيقها في مدننا العربية المزدحمة التي تعاني من مشاكل كبيرة في هذا المجال. ختاماً أكرر شكري للمتحدثين وللحضور الكريم، وأتمنى للمؤتمر كل التوفيق والنجاح، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر المهندس أحمد سلمان على كلمته الطيبة. قبل أن ننتقل إلى موضوع الجلسة الأولى، ننوه للحضور الكريم أي استفسار أو أسئلة موجودة أن يضعوها في الخانة المخصصة في الأسئلة والأجوبة على زوم. والآن اسمحوا لي أن ننتقل للجلسة العلمية الأولى بعنوان التنقل المستدام والفرص المتاحة، حيث سيدير الجلسة الدكتور محمد سرحان من شركة تطوير. الدكتور سرحان حاصل على درجة الدكتوراه في الهندسة المدنية من جامعة كارتون بكندا، ويمتلك 20 سنة خبرة في مجال التدريس والخبرة العملية في مجال هندسة الطرق والسلامة المرورية، وله حوالي 28 بحثاً علمياً في عدد كبير من المجلات العلمية والمؤتمرات العالمية. فليتفضل مشكوراً بابتداء الجلسة الأولى.
Thank you, Lina, and good day, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to first welcome everyone in the conference, and I'm honored to be the moderator for the first session. The title of the first session is Sustainable Urban Mobility Elements and Opportunity. For this session, we'll be having 6 presenters. They are coming from different countries, from UK, from Germany, from USA, and from the Middle East. Each presenter will have 20 minutes for his presentation, and this is planned to take in total around 2 hours, followed by 15 minutes of questions. As Lena mentioned, please put your question in the chat box. So I would like to ask for the kind support and cooperation from the presenters to stick to the 20 minutes. And I will be reminding you a few minutes before the end of the presentation, inshallah. Now we'll start the first presentation, and the title of the first presentation is Adaptable, Flexible, and Sustainable Transport Solutions for Today's Urban Mobility Challenges. And this will be presented by Mr. Richard Harris. Mr. Richard is the project director, thought leader, and business builder in the ITS industry. And he has an extensive experience in UK and internationally in the ITS, including European Commission supported research and development, implementation, and test practice projects. And he used to work independently with different stakeholders up to C-level executives and government ministers. So I would like to ask Mr. Richard, please go ahead for the presentation.
Good morning. Can you see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be able to present to you. It's a shame I can't be with you in person, but such are the times. So I'm talking about intelligent transport systems. And if we listen to the people trying to get us to spend lots of money and invest in ITS, this is the future they try to sell us. We have happy people walking around our clean, beautiful cities, drinking their cafe lattes, using electric vehicles, sharing society. Everybody's happy and wonderful. The reality, of course, is our cities are a little bit more crowded than this. This is where the reality comes in. We can no longer be promising the earth with ITS. ITS is important, but it's also about how people behave, what decisions they make, and how they travel. My favorite picture is this one. If you can see my mouse, can you see my mouse on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. This is a mum or dad, I can't tell which, taking a kid on a powered two-wheeler. But my favorite bit is on the left here is a tiny foot, and on the right there's another tiny foot. So there's a baby in between the parent and the kid. This is the reality. This is how people decide to travel. So promising a beautiful future is a bit more difficult to deliver. The transport trends and challenges that we've all been talking about for the last few years have been really easy. Connected and automated vehicles, mobility as a service and the sharing economy, and air quality and the environment. But suddenly in 2020, another one has been added to the list of challenges. COVID-19 and the impact, not just on people's behavior, but on the economy. Many ITS systems rely upon a back office. So the back office system. And this is sad but true. I have a favorite back office. My favorite back office is in Montreal in Canada, where a few years ago, 19 different operators of the public transport system got together and invested in a single back office platform. What makes this back office slightly different is that while the 19 operators cooperate together, their sensitive data is kept separate and secure just for them. So the people using the systems, the 3,000 buses, the 5 train lines or the metro lines, they don't care who runs the train or the bus. They just use their smart card and they travel. So this is not an example of a brilliant back office. This is an example of an intelligent procurement where rather than having 19 back offices, they have a single one which does the job. Now, this is what we should be aiming at when we talk about flexibility in ITS. So maybe a little complicated diagram, but this is my vision of the data aspect of ITS and how it would fit into the smart city, even though I don't really like the term. So in the middle, we have what I call a mobility analytics platform. And within that, we can be using different systems like artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and decision support systems. But what this platform should be doing is monitoring the various networks, so capacity, air quality, congestion, incidents, and taking that information from sensors, floating car data, which are vehicles traveling around the network, video, CCTV, social media, and increasingly in the future from the Internet of Things. And having gained that information, we then analyze it and turn it into intelligence to better manage the systems in the city and region, and to give better information to people who are going to be using it. And at the same time, rather than keeping the information secret and safe just for us, we publish it in open data so that other people can use the information and turn it into services which benefit the city and region. Before COVID, Transport for London estimated that making their data available using open data gave them a contribution equivalent to £150 million a year in added services and benefits and influence. And of course, the key thing about all of this are the things in green at the bottom. The business case, how do we pay for it? The policy aspects, how do you make sure that this is acting and managing information and traffic to achieve the policy objectives of the city region? How do we make sure the user needs are identified and embedded in the middle of it? What are the key performance indicators that we measure to see how our performance is? Not benchmarking against other cities to say we're top of the league, but key performance indicators to show we're meeting our objectives. And most of all, what's the governance model? Because you could outsource this to any number of IT companies or big organizations, but the governance is key to ensure that the city and region get the output that they want. And ITS is about data, but it's also about people and changing behavior. One of my favorite examples is in France, and right back to 2003, when they introduced an automated speed enforcement system on the motorways. Before the automated system, the French public tended to think that they could negotiate their way out of any ticket with the local police. So foreign nationals caught speeding, paid the fines. The French negotiated their way out of it. They changed the system, made it completely automatic. So the French could only appeal once they paid. So this came as a bit of a shock to them. In the first year of operation, there were 4,000 fewer deaths on the French motorways because they realized they couldn't talk their way out of it. So rather than relying upon enforcement, it tended to build compliance, which is more powerful. However, now, 15 years later, things have changed. Rather than just accept that they should drive sensibly on the roads and maintain the speed limits, the public have taken to vandalizing the cameras. So beginning during this year, they had now installed new cameras, which are 4 meters high, so much more difficult to vandalize. And these slides are available later. So there's also a YouTube version of this, so you can see what they're doing in France. But the important message is that compliance is more powerful than enforcement, but you have to stay on top of it because things develop. So it's not introduce it once and forget it. It's update it and moderate it. We're also faced with challenges from new mobility providers, and we're all familiar with these and what they're doing. COVID has come along and has made a huge impact. We've got more and more unemployment. more people working from home, a fundamental change in transport and mobility. Social distancing is coming in, so public transport is not so popular. More personal car and motorcycle use, increases in walking, cycling, and micromobility. But we've also got a damaged economy. We have less private sector involvement in train and bus services, where government's having to step in to run them. And it's likely to stifle the uptake of mobility as a service and slow down the sharing economy. Because one of the things that is going to be perhaps the normal in future is that per trip cleaning. So this is from Lime, and you can see they have 3 different micromobility systems here. This one's for covering the first mile, this one for 2 to 5 miles, this one to 1.5 miles. Okay, but the important thing is the maintenance. This one, they would only touch it once a week. This one, swap the batteries every 3 to 5 days. This one, every day. But now, it's likely that most of these will need to be cleaned per trip. Otherwise, they won't be as used. Coming on to mobility as a service, everybody wants to be the new Uber. They don't actually want to run a transport system. They want to run a software operation. Now, this is all very well in the concept that we should be using different modes and joining them up. But if nobody wants to take responsibility for the actual delivery of the quality of the transport, we have a problem. When it comes to the different business cases, I favor the authority being involved in operations of mobility as a service. And there are various ways they can do this. They could have a direct business model, so use all their in-house resources. They could be a commissioning authority, so outsource all the responsibilities apart from the financial transactions. They could be a mutual, so they could have share in a platform and resources with other providers and provides economy of scale savings. Or the authority could be in a partnership, in a joint venture. Or the option which the private sector is pushing heavily is step away and let the private sector have full control. Of course, one of the things about MaaS is that what we're faced with the challenge in our cities is the first and last mile. And we've got various ways of doing it. We've got bikes, we've got electric automated shuttles, we've got micromobility, we've got electric minibuses, we've got walking. In a study before COVID, Frost and Sullivan consider that the automated electric vehicle market, these little buses, is going to be worth 48 billion US dollars a year in 2030, a huge amount. I've worked on this one. I understand the attractiveness, but I think that initially they're going to be constrained to central business districts or university parks or campuses. And rather than going 30 miles to the nearest international airport, I consider them to be like Pac-Man. So they go around a confined network, picking people up and dropping them off, but they're constrained in an area where people know they're operating and understand how they are operating. And a question of driver or driverless. If we have to clean the vehicles more often, should we have drivers? Is it actually cheaper and more operationally effective to have drivers rather than driverless shuttles? And do we have a problem with public acceptance? If all the checks and balances for introducing a new Boeing 737 MAX failed to produce a safe aircraft, what chance have we got with hundreds of operators producing automated vehicles? Where are the checks and balances and the safety, and how are we going to build public confidence in this? When it comes to air quality, cities are taking action on climate change, on the climate emergency. And there are various things that people are doing. So low emission zones, ultra low emission zones, clean air zones, charging clean air zones, zero emission zones. A new one that we're doing in the UK is low traffic neighborhoods, but they're causing more traffic jams because people are not having the same road capacity available. Congestion charging, road user charging, and workplace levies. But maybe the most powerful one will be road user charging, because it can help with the recovery of the economy by raising money that's being lost through gas taxation. And maybe road user charging is what will be required to nudge people towards mobility as a service. Now, relying on the public sector is difficult because they're very fast moving. So within a short while of COVID hitting, Daimler have pulled out of public transit technology business in the States because they realized they weren't going to get the payback that they were expecting. In Bristol, Slide, who were operating a shuttle bus to take people in and out, they realized that business case was no longer viable, so they pulled out. In Japan, Didi have ended many of their ride-hailing app operations because they weren't getting the business that they expected. And the lesson is from all of these that the private sector, if the business case is damaged, they just stop. So if as a city and region, you're relying on them to provide many of your services, be careful because they may not be there tomorrow. And we also have new challenges coming on. I won't say much about this because I think Bob McQueen is going to mention drones later on. But operating a drones is also going to be a challenge for our cities and regions. Coming towards the end of my presentation, the directions forward, I think that governance remains one of the key things. My recommendation is for the city and regional authorities to be involved in the governance of mobility services. We should be looking to cooperate and integrate across modes. We need to set and pursue community, policy, and business outcomes. We need to organize to serve both the traveler and the community, recognize that we need revenue for sustainable business cases. We need to stop installing legacy systems and think flexibility. We need to capitalize on the technology and cooperate across jurisdictions. And the future, maybe 2 years ago, I'd have been saying it's automated, connected, electrified, and shared. But actually, what I think now is that the future is for you to decide in your cities, in your regions. Don't just follow the perceived trends. Look at how your city works, look at the employment, look at the mobility challenges, look at the policy outcomes you're seeking. And finally, I'd just like to give a promotion to a global summit from the International Road Federation, which is going to be in Dubai next November. And I think it would be fantastic if your federation became involved in that. And so we can meet in person and work together on these solutions. So with that, I'll stop. And if anybody has questions for me now or even after the conference, I'm happy to be in touch and help anybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. Just on time. We actually owe you a couple of minutes, but we will go to the second presenter, Mr. Jörg Wilgi. He will be talking about the smart mobility made in and for Berlin. Mr. Jörg is a public relations officer at the Berlin Agency for Electromobility, EMO, since 2013. And before that, he participated in a study related to the hydrogen and fuel cell technology in the German public. He also worked for the project SPREE 2011 in Berlin, which developed the technology for retaining mixed sewage water. So I'd like, please, Mr. Jörg, to go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to thank the Federation of Arab Engineers and TEDWIR for giving me the opportunity to take part in this virtual conference. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Jörg Welke, as already mentioned. I'm a project manager at the Berlin Agency for Electromobility, EMO, and I'm partly responsible for public relations. This is why I talk to you today. So what is it, what am I to tell about you? It's about the challenges we face not only in Berlin, but in mostly all big cities around the world. We have traffic jam, air pollution, we have the noise, we have threats to health and life. And last but not least, the question how to provide livable surroundings for the people. I'm going to present you the example of the German capital here in Berlin, what we do here. This slide might appear a little boring, but it helps a lot to understand how we in Berlin try to counter these already mentioned challenges. First of all, we're not an entirely private organization. It's more the other way around. Just a third of EMO's funding is from private companies and mostly by the federal state of Berlin. We act therefore on behalf of the Senate for Economics, Energy and Public Enterprises and under the aegis of Berlin Partner for Business and Technology, which is the economic development company of Berlin. Our partner network is very diverse. You find some vehicle manufacturers as Toyota, or you can see others that are from Berlin, very small companies like Sitka, Ono, or UNO, or manufacturers of autonomous driving cars like EasyMile, or also a British company. We have some energy or grid providers like British Petroleum or Swedish Vattenfall, Total, the French company, and the grid provider Stromnetz Berlin. We have others that offering charging solutions for electric vehicles. You might have heard of Allego, but the others, I guess, are quite unknown. These are Berlin-based companies founded here in Berlin and developed charging solutions. If you're more interested, I answer questions after the presentation or even after the whole virtual conference. Please feel free to contact me here. Then we have several companies in ICT and some, for sure, also some mobility providers. The partners and the premium partners you see on the left pay most of the budget of EMO. In our club that you see here in the middle, we gather startups and young companies and help them to grow into the partner section. So what do we actually do? We provide support for all these companies in different ways. First, we guide companies and provide everyone who needs it with information, knowledge, and also access to the administration. And yeah, we spread the word of the benefits of the smart mobility into the media. We build, expand, and maintain our network of stakeholders in the mobility sector in Berlin. No, that was too fast. And last but not least, and probably most important, we initiate projects in the field of intelligent mobility. We see ourselves, and this might appear a little strange, this picture, but we think it fits. We see ourselves as a kind of midwife, which is supporting partners to find each other, agreed of doing a project together, and at least helping to give a birth to the project and to find fundings for projects. We are doing all this not only in the field of electric mobility, as it appears from our name. Several years ago, we broadened our field of action and as Mr. Harris also showed you, this ACES approach is a little bit, it's more or less the same. It's the CASES approach. It's about connected, automated, shared electric and sustainable mobility. We are convinced that only this holistic approach can meet the requirements of urban today's mobility. Before I go deeper into the details of some of our projects, I'd like to give you a brief overview over the status quo of smart mobility or intelligent mobility in Berlin. We have about 24,000 electric cars and commercial vehicles in Berlin and Brandenburg, which is the greater area. We have the hidden champions of electric mobility, the e-scooters and electric bikes, with a huge amounts of vehicles. And not last but least, the electric charging infrastructure, which is also decent. We have a recommendation of the European Union for 1 charging point to 10 electric cars, which we meet here. As I said, there are probably the 24,000 electric cars might appear not much to you compared to the 1.2 million cars in the capital region. But we have decent growth of electric mobility that you might have heard that the Bundeschancellor Angela Merkel announced 10 years ago the goal of 1 million electric cars on German streets. Proportionally, this would have been around 45,000 electric cars in Berlin. Okay, we missed that number, but we have an increase in the last few months because of the subsidies from the German government during the Corona crisis, which helps a lot to exponential growth this number. Also, the charging infrastructure is growing. Here you see only the public charging infrastructure. The number of private charging points is not in that statistic. There will be a rise also because we have subsidies of the federal government and also on the state level for private persons now and also for small companies. This might be interesting for you. We have a change of the modal split of the modes of transportation in Berlin in the last years. We have a decrease of motorized private transport, the usage of cars, private cars. We have one of the lowest car owning rates in Germany. We have here lead position, and just Hamburg has a similarly high share of walking, for example. So this is a good starting point for services like MaaS or autonomous driving, because people don't even have that much cars in Berlin compared to other cities in Germany. We are we say that we are the sharing capital in Berlin in Germany. We have about 16 or 17 different sharing services, companies who are doing sharing, and up to now, thanks God, they didn't vanish so far, and we have a stable business case for apparently for these MaaS services. So now I'd like to go a little bit deeper into the projects we have here in Berlin. This is one of the points where you can change your modes of transportation. It's a systematic connection of several means of transportation in direct local connection. It's multimodal. There are scooters, there are cars, there is ride pooling. You don't have to drive it by yourself. You see the black car here in the front. This is a ride pooling service. You have also the traditional taxi services, but you can also rent cars. And it's located directly at the urban transport systems like U-Bahn or S-Bahn. And yeah, it's visible and it's user-friendly. You have also the app that, with which you can use all these transport modes. This is, I like this project very much. It's about the experience of multimodality. We help really, and this is also something Richard also already mentioned, that we have to not only to provide ICT and the governance, but we also have to change the behavior and the habits of people. And we help them with this project. People or participants in this campaign get vouchers for alternative mobility modes to experience how it feels to go around without private cars. Currently, we are in the third round of this project in 2020. We have 50 participants. We started later this year. It's supposed to be a summer fleet. Now it's just your fleet named because of Corona as well. And now we're in wintertime, which makes it more interesting because it's more difficult for sure to have this kinds of mobility. Then we have also already highly automated public transport project here in Berlin. We are testing this in the on the rear route with mixed traffic. That was last year, and this year we have a follow-up project currently. We start on the 17th of December with now 3 shuttle buses. And in addition, here we have also the question that Richard addressed, the question of acceptance of this kind of mobility, autonomous driving. I'm planning to do a citizens conference next year to address this question of acceptance of autonomous driving. We also have cargo projects. Here we have the so-called Comodo, where the 5 largest parcel services providers share an inner city reloading point. We have started several additional places like these. The goal is to minimize commercial traffic in living areas. And the next step for sure would be then that all services deliver all parcels also from the partners. Then we have the electrification of special vehicles and fleets with special profile of requirements, like, for example, like electric fire trucks, but also for heavy weight trucks, and these are partly refurbished and partly new ones. If you're interested in those projects and to get involved in these kinds of projects, you're welcome to contact me afterwards. Here we have a very nice project also. It's about smart infrastructure, where 5 companies share not only the charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, but also in the next step, their fleets to improve their mobility and to save resources. These are just a few examples for projects we helped to see the light in Berlin, and there are more. If you're interested, I can tell you about more afterwards. But we also have still a lot of challenges, and these are not also not exclusively for Berlin. For example, we are working on single sign-on solution for sharing services. Everyone who uses these MaaS services knows how annoying it is to register to validate your driving license and to provide your credit card informations for, let's say in Berlin, 16 to 20 providers. And here we're working on a single sign-on solution, not necessarily one app, but one point where you can give all your information for this. Another problem or challenge is that we still have no free parking zones for free floating car sharing in Berlin. That makes it expensive, and the business case is in question. That's right, Richard, and we are working on this to find solutions here as well. In terms of charging infrastructure on private property, there's often the question, who owns the real estate? Companies rarely own the real estate by themselves, where they have their businesses on, and so they have to figure out who is responsible to build a charging infrastructure on these real estates. With increasing electromobility, we have also increasing pressure on power grids. That has to be solved as well, for sure. And it makes it makes it not easier to do that with the German law that we have right now, because grid providers are not allowed to invest in future by prognosis, only by demand. But if you imagine that a transport organization like the German, like the Berliner Verkehrsbetriebe, which is the local public transport company in Berlin, they need to plan for the next 10 years if they want to provide electric buses, for example. So that that's a challenge. For sure, we have increasing competition for public space. Nowadays, we have the street for the car, but in future we have to decide which part of the street will there be for cars and also for pedestrians, for bikes, for scooters, for different modes, also for delivery services and so on. Yes, worldwide problem or challenges to getting allowances for automated vehicles. We are on the way in Germany to have laws or new laws concerning these challenges. That's because we have antique and obsolete legislation partly, and this is a big challenge. And as I already mentioned, we have to change routines and habits of people for getting into the new era of mobility, and that probably is the biggest challenge of all. But there's light on the horizon. We have.
Mr. Jürg, we are only a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm at the end. This is my last slide. No problem. We have in Berlin, we have the first mobility law in Germany. There is none on the federal level and none in other states of Berlin. And this Berlin is exclusively the first one, and that helps to go on further with the intelligent mobility. And we have subsidies from the federal government and also from the Berlin state for cargo vehicles. With this beam of light at the horizon, I'd like to close my presentation, and I hope I could give you some insights of our work and our approach. I understood that questions might be asked in an additional session after the presentation. I would be glad to answer yours. And yeah, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berg. So we will move Now to the third presentation in this session. Is going to be answering the question why cities must focus on sustainable transport and people now more than ever before. And this will be presented by Mr. Richard Lambert. Mr. Richard has over 11 years of extensive experience in UK and internationally, working as an urban practitioner, developing policies and delivering projects aiming at creating sustainable and healthy urban communities. And he worked on both pedestrian and urban green space projects to enhance the quality of life for urban populations. So I'd like to ask you, please, Mr. Richard, to go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank Tatweer and everyone for being here and for inviting me to speak at this conference. It's been great hearing the people present so far, all the sort of knowledge and experience from these different case studies. So it's really exciting to be here. Just to give you a bit of background, so I'll be talking a little bit more about the potential impact that designing our urban transport systems around sustainability, but also people, can have on both the city's infrastructure, but also the quality of life and the impact and the health of for individuals. So it'll be a little bit different from what we've had already, but hopefully it will complement what was being talked about. So just to give you a bit of better background first, as was mentioned, my name is Richard Lambert and I work at Cities Forum. So Cities Forum is a global sustainable urban development NGO, and we work across the globe with experts working in the public and private sector to provide strategic advice, technical consultancy, and work in various different guises to promote sustainable urban development across the world in different cities. And I focus on the livable cities angle and looking at people and quality of life. So today I'm going to talk to you a bit about the impact that sustainable transport can have on people and cities. We'll look at some best practice examples from across the world. We'll also look at why now, so in terms of framing this discussion around COVID-19, but also climate change. And then we'll end by looking at some best practice advice around how you can make cities and sustainable transport more people focused. So if we look at the first slide here, we need to look at, as has already been mentioned, the issue that cities actually produce 70% of global emissions. So the majority of emissions are stemming from cities and urban populations. So large cities across the world like London, but also places like Cairo, for example, in Egypt, but any big cities are producing the most. And around a quarter of global emissions are coming from the transport sector, of which around 72% are from road transport. So this really highlights that both cities are areas we need to reduce our global environmental impact and to reduce climate change, but we also need to target transport and particularly road transport. So we need to reduce emissions from those areas. And one sort of corresponding way we can do this is by reducing our emissions from motor vehicle use, so reducing motor vehicle use within cities, and promoting more sustainable alternatives, such as already been talked about, things like public transport, cycling, walking, and also micro-mobility and e-mobility. So these integrated transport systems are essential if we're going to actually be able to tackle and reduce the climate impact of cities across the world. Now, it's not just the global environment and climate change that we need to address when we're looking at sustainable transport. Sustainable transport systems that include things like walking, cycling, e-mobility, and public transport actually also can benefit and improve the environment for people in cities as well. And they can do this in many different ways. They can, if we look here, they can make them more environmentally sustainable, both globally, but also they can improve the local environment on street level as well for people. They can make them more economically resilient. They can improve accessibility to urban populations. So in terms of access to public transport, access to gaining jobs, access to going to commercial areas, access to education. Creating more sustainable streets and areas that promote walking and cycling can create stronger communities. And they can also create happier cities, which improve with transport systems, we actually improve people's well-being, both their mental and physical health. So I'm just going to talk a little bit more in depth about the research and the science behind how actually focusing on sustainable transport, but also on people, can improve these areas. So first of all, if we look at how promoting walking and cycling and sustainable transport actually creates safer streets and cities. Air pollution is one of the things that's already been talked about here, but actually increasingly there's a lot of research which shows that air pollution, localized air pollution, can lead to huge negative health impacts, and WHO estimates that it contributes to around 8.8 million deaths per year globally, which is a huge number of deaths. And there's even more research which has come out recently which shows that actually local air pollution can have a negative impact on people's ability to whether they contract or not COVID-19. Because of the impact that pollution has on our throats, it can make us more susceptible to getting that. So it also has a sort of another public health area that we need to focus on. So improving local air pollution is essential if we're going to create more sustainable and people-focused cities. Second one we look at here is road safety. So you can see the stat here. WHO again records that around 1.3 million people die per year on our roads. And this is something that we need to reduce, and we need to address by reordering the hierarchy of need on our streets, with people and the most vulnerable at the top. They need to be given the most investment, and needs to be given the most safety. So that, for example, people that walk, people that cycle, people that are using micromobility need to be given this space on our streets that they don't currently have, which cars currently have a lot more of. The second area we looked at, I said, was that it can make cities and streets more economically resilient. So this is some information from the Transport for London. They've done a lot of research and collated research globally into the economic benefits of walking and cycling. So as you can see here, where people investing in walking and cycling on streets can actually increase the economic resilience of local shops. So as you can see, it shows that people that walk and cycle to high streets actually increase the amount of money they spend by around 5%. Actively investing in more walkable and cyclable places actually increase retail sales, and also can increase the value of properties. And then if you look on the right-hand side of the slide, it talks about the workforce. Actively promoting active travel from your staff can mean that people are 73% more productive, for example, can lead to greater job satisfaction, but it also means you're more likely to stay in your job as well and stay with the company if companies, or if where companies are located are in more walkable or cyclable cities and streets. So it shows that investing in walking and cycling doesn't mean that you're going to be losing out, for example, to the economic benefits of investment in other modes. As we've already talked about, the cities that invest in walking and cycling, but also in active travel, can create healthier and happier cities. So in London, there's a stat from Public Health England said that if every Londoner walked or cycled 20 minutes per day, it could save the NHS, which is the National Health Service in England, 1.7 billion in treatments per year. And that's because on the right-hand side here, you can see the huge range of benefits that can be gained from physical activity. And so that's why I think focusing on physical and active travel is equally as important when we're looking at sustainability for people. So we're looking to encourage urban populations to walk and cycle more when they can. So you can see the huge physical benefits here in terms of reducing long-term illnesses and diseases, but also short-term ones. And it can also have a knock-on effect on people's mental health as well. So there's a lot of studies which have also shown that people are happier when they're active. There was a stat which said that if a person can convert their commute, so how they get to work, from driving to walking, then if the walking environment is conducive enough, then their happiness can go up by as much as if you have fallen in love, which I know sounds quite untangible, but it shows that there are huge benefits which can come from the act of walking, from actively being outside and engaging and incorporating that activity into your daily life. So something that we should all be doing more of, and that our transport systems can enhance and can push forward. The last area we want to look at here is looking at how we design our streets and cities can actually have an impact on how we engage with our communities and how many people we know in our local area. This image on the right-hand side here is from a study from the 1960s in America by Appleyard, which looked at the number of social interactions which take place on streets. So if you look at the top, it shows there's a street with light traffic, the middle one is moderate traffic, and the bottom one is heavy traffic. Each one of these lines shows a interaction or a relation on a street. And it shows that the streets with heavy traffic have less community relations. So you're less likely to know your neighbors if there's more traffic on your street, for example. Whereas if you have a street that has a light level of traffic, light level of car use, then you're more likely to know your neighbors, you're more likely to have social interactions with them. So this shows how actively investing in walking and cycling and more sustainable modes actively also invests in communities, and it creates more community cohesion, which can have huge ranging benefits for both quality of life, but also for mental health for people. So why is it so important now? Obviously, these are things that we've known for a long time, but as has already been mentioned, COVID-19 has had a huge impact on the opportunities that we've been presented with. So there's been a real opportunity as people have been, cities have been locked down, people are traveling less far distances, people aren't going out to work, traveling across cities. Public transport ridership went down in London by up to almost 92% at some point. Also, car use went down. So this led to increases in things like the air quality in cities across the world, but it also led to increases in walking and cycling rates as people spent more time in their local area and didn't travel as much. So at the same time, this gave a good opportunity to actually invest more in walking and cycling and sustainable modes over things like car use. So what did this mean in reality? So at Cities Forum, we conducted some research earlier in this year called Project Impact into the likely impact of COVID-19 on mobility in cities. And we engaged with over 400 experts globally about this, and we asked them a set of questions. One of the questions was, what do you think about the following statement? Cities need to invest more in developing cycling and walking infrastructure. The vast majority of experts believe that this was the case, that we should be investing more in walking and cycling, which is what I've been talking about up to this point. And that it should form a key part of an integrated sustainable transport system within any city. We went on further to ask them which areas of transport should be prioritized. And again, the priority was in favor of walking, cycling, public transport, and electric mobility. However, it was caveated with that each city needs to really think about its local situation in terms of how we invest in our sustainable transport systems. But what did this mean in reality? So at the same time as cities and countries having to implement public health lockdowns, cities and countries, for example, were investing in walking and cycling, like I mentioned, in creating more temporary space to allow people to be able to socially distance on our streets whilst the pandemic was happening. So if we look at two cities, one of them being Bogota in Colombia, the capital there, they added around 84 kilometers of new temporary cycle lanes across the city to facilitate more cycling as people were not able to use public transport due to public health concerns. And then if you look at London, London equally added around 86 kilometers of bus lanes, 89 kilometers of cycle routes, and added around over 22,000 square meters of carriageway, which was reallocated to pedestrians. And as was already mentioned earlier, I started creating over 80 local low traffic neighborhoods across London to facilitate and give more space for people to walk and cycle in their communities. Now, this isn't all good news in a sense, where cities have been investing more in walking and cycling. However, if we look on the right-hand side, since the lockdown in many cities, particularly in London, for example, road congestion, and in the UK, road congestion levels have increased after the lockdown, as people there have not had increased confidence in public transport, and the opportunity hasn't been seized in the sense that people haven't been able to convert all their journeys to more sustainable modes. So we need to really look at how we can continue to invest in safe and sustainable transport systems that focus around people within cities. And at the same time, climate change is not going away either. There was some research which came out early this year in September, which showed that Arctic sea levels and ice is shrinking to sort of near record low extent. So climate change is not going away, and we need to continue to address this within our cities and reduce the impact that cities' transport systems have on the environment. Now, I want to kind of talk about some best practice examples before we finish here from some of the cities across the world that have been, during the pandemic, been increasing the amount of space for people on the streets and sustainable transport modes, but also have been doing it from a long time before. And I think cities can benefit from looking to some of these examples. So for example, Barcelona's Superblocks program, where they're looking to really reduce the amount of vehicle use through traffic into residential areas. Through some of their measures, they've seen walking levels increase by 10% and cycling by 30% over a 10-year period. At the same time, driving levels that were decreased by around 26% in these areas where they reallocated space to people to walk and cycle and stopped cars coming into residential areas. And they're looking to expand this across large swathes of the city. London's Mini Hollands program, where they essentially again created low traffic neighborhoods, where they created gave more space to walking and cycling. They reduced and they closed roads off to driving. Actually, it's been shown that over a number of years through research by Westminster that this has led to increases in walking time by local residents and also increases in cycle rates as well. So it shows that when you build and when you create spaces that are more safer and more attractive for people to walk and cycle, they do walk and cycle more. Then if you look at Paris, Paris has got its ambition to become a 15-minute city where again, by taking away space from cars and vehicles, you create more space for walking and cycling, and you can create an environment where everybody can have access to all the things they need in their life within 15 minutes from where they live. Oslo in Norway is looking to create a car-free city by focusing on removing on a gradual pace, the number of car parking spaces that they have within the central city and giving that space over to people. And that's shown, they've been able to do this over gradually and win people over by not doing it all at once. They've been done it gradually and they've shown the benefits through that process. Again, if you look at Bogota, it's one of the world's most sort of cycling friendly cities. Have an existing network of over 550 kilometers of cycle networks, which people can use to promote more sustainable transport within the city. And then lastly, if you look at Singapore and Asia, it really shows the benefits of creating an integrated public transport system and how that has to be linked with, for example, it's concepts like livable density. It's one of the smallest states and one of the smallest cities in terms of space. And so they've had to really think about how they create a public transport system, which means they can move large volumes of people around the city through and to very densely populated areas. So I think these are some good examples that people can draw upon, that cities can draw upon to see how they can then make these changes within their own cities. Lastly, I just want to talk to you about some of the central elements of sustainable and people-focused transport. I think one of the first one is space and priority. As I've talked about throughout the presentation, space and priority has been traditionally given to motor vehicles within our cities, but streets make up around 30% of the space in cities, so they're vital. It's important we use this resource for people. So we need to be prioritizing the lowest carbon forms of mobility, such as walking, cycling, e-mobility, and public transport, and give this dedicated space to those modes over motor vehicle use. We also need to make sure that we have inclusive decision making. So communities are essential. They need to be part of how we're deciding how cities plan, design, and the future of their mobility systems. If they're not involved, then people are less likely to use them. Also, as we talked about earlier, they need to be in part of decision making. If new initiatives get strung upon them, then they're less likely to start using them or to support them. So that's a really key one there. They also need to be integrated and connected. So walking and cycling, for example, needs to be interconnected with public transport use. If it's not, then people are not going to be able to use it. You need to improve and make it easy for people to interchange between different modes, and also make sure that you're connecting this public transport network up with mixed land use development as well. So you have a mixture of both educational, residential, commercial uses all within one area. That's how you create a more 15 or 20-minute city, for example. That's essential. You need to make sure that your city is accessible and equitable as well. So and you can do this by ensuring the transport network is affordable for all as well, because we're talking about people and cities. You need to look at the whole population. You cannot just create a transport system which supports and feeds the most wealthy or the richest part of the city. You need to think about how are the most vulnerable areas of society, whether they're the poorest or whether they're the disabled users or whether they're the eldest, the older populations, or whether they're the children. We need to be creating these systems which actively promote safer and more accessible transport systems for these entities. Lastly, we need to make these transport systems attractive and safe. Nobody wants to walk or cycle on a cycle lane or on a footpath or use a road that is not attractive for them. So it looks dirty, for example, is unkept, or they don't feel safe on. And so these are essential elements that we need to look at, we need to prioritize when we're looking to try and convert people from using motor vehicle use to walking and cycling or public transport. These need to seem more attractive than the alternative. So we have to make a concerted effort to make them attractive and safe. And I think the overarching element here is, as was mentioned earlier, is that all these different elements need to be relative and relevant to your local situation in your city and your local population. There's no use just copying what works in another city. You need to look at how you can implement and integrate these different elements of sustainable and people-focused transport into your own city and those communities. And it's, one of the main ways of doing that is by talking to your people, talking to your local communities, and getting them engaged and involved with the future of how you're planning your cities. I'm just going to end there, but I was just say thank you very much to Tatwe and to everyone for having me here, and for everyone listening, and happy to answer any questions now or later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard, for the very interesting presentation. Now we will move to presenter number 4. We'll be talking about the smart mobility in smart cities, and this will be presented by Mr. Robert McQueen. Mr. Robert is highly experienced in advanced transportation technology related business building, opportunity analysis, and relationship building. And he has in-depth practical experience in developing and managing intelligent transportation and smart city focused consulting practices. He also brings a unique combination of business and technical knowledge in advanced transportation technology markets in the USA, Europe, Middle East, and the Asia Pacific region. So I would like to ask you, please, Mr. Robert, to go ahead.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to this important conference. I really appreciate the privilege. And what I'd like to do is take the next 15 or 20 minutes to cover 5 topics or objectives for the presentation. I've been working with Tatweer and Dr. Ehsan Radwan to deliver professional development materials for the ministry in Dubai, and we've been taking an instructional system design approach, which means you can set the objectives up front. So I thought it would be good to take an instructional system design approach to this presentation. So we're doing the introduction now, and I'll talk about the presentation objectives, and then we'll explain some elements of a smart city very briefly, because this presentation is not about smart cities, it's about smart mobility in smart cities. Then we'll go on to talk about mobility services. And then I want to spend the remainder of the time talking about emerging technologies. There are 3 specific technologies that I would like to discuss that are rather exciting and starting to become real and practical. And then I'll finish off by talking about UAM, which is urban air mobility, and explain what it is and some of the challenges and opportunities. So there's global interest in the concept of smart cities. There's a lot of investment, a lot of interest in how do you make a city smart. And some of the previous speakers have really given us the justification, the amount of fuel consumption, the amount of energy, and the amount of emissions created by cities. And more than 50% of the people on the planet now live in cities. So it's very important, and smart mobility is a crucial element. For example, in the US, about 70% of the energy that we generate goes into fueling transportation systems. So I want to take a quick look at smart cities and then go a little deeper into smart mobility. We'll describe some services, some emerging technologies, and particularly focus on urban air mobility at the end. I only have 1 slide on smart cities. So the overview is there's a lot of different things you can do to make your city smart, from police enforcement systems to next generation emergency management systems. We can make our educational facilities, our campuses smart. We can make our stadiums smarter. I've been working on a project in Las Vegas to make the conference center smart by understanding where visitors come from and what the trip patterns are locally. We can do smart kiosks, connected vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and as Richard mentioned, mobility as a service is also a distinct possibility. These things all kind of fit together, and if we get it right, then we do 2 things. I think we create photo opportunities for our leaders and our politicians, which is good because it helps to continue to get the political support we need, but it also allows us to deliver tangible benefits in terms of safety, efficiency, and enhanced user experience. I think there are many key performance indicators for smart cities but perhaps they all boil down to those three. Maybe environmental could be called out separately, but my view is that environmental impact is part of efficiency. There's more than one way to describe smart city services. This is one particular approach I've used for a number of clients. There are basically 8 categories of services, and I've quite deliberately talked about services because services are the things that deliver the value and benefits. So there's asset management, understanding the assets and the devices and the networks and the physical infrastructure and be able to manage it appropriately. There are connected and autonomous vehicles. And of course, as we know, a connected vehicle, it has a two-way communication link between the vehicle and a roadside transceiver or a back office, whereas an autonomous vehicle or an automated driving system allows you to replace the driver with automation, which is particularly cost effective for freight and for transit, where the driver is not really trying to get to a destination, they're just operating the vehicle. And I liked Richard Harris's point that, you know, can we replace the operator in a transit vehicle when they're doing more than operating the vehicle? They're providing first line customer service, they're providing assistance to disabled people to get on the bus. So we probably have to build those features into any kind of automated driving system approach. I would also add connected citizens and visitors. Going beyond the connected vehicle, we have an ability to connect with people using smartphone apps and using smartphone technology. We can make a two-way link with citizens and also visitors. I've added visitors because it's important to be able to, many cities around the world, you know, even in the COVID situation, depend on tourism, and as tourism bounces back, it's important to be able to address visitors' needs as well as citizens. So a two-way connection, being able to push information to people, but also being able to receive data from people about their original origin, ultimate destination, their trip-making choices, the mode of transport they're using at any given point. A lot of very valuable information, but of course there's a balance here between customizing the trip to the individual, but also maintaining privacy and anonymity, which can be done by being careful about data governance. Integrated payment, it's been around for a while now. It used to be we were talking about smart cards. Now we're looking at host card emulation using your smartphone, Google, Android, Apple Pay to be able to pay for multiple modes. And as Richard mentioned, mobility as a service, a key feature of mobility as a service would be the ability to make one reservation and one electronic payment for the entire multimodal trip. Smart grid and electric vehicles. Jörg mentioned Berlin. It seems that one of the challenges we're going to have with electric vehicles, they're certainly much cheaper to operate, but it's going to distort the pattern for energy demand. You know, people are going to expect electricity where they didn't ask for it before. And I believe there's some interesting experience from Amsterdam where the pattern has been changed more significantly than we expected. Transportation management, you know, one of the original smart mobility services includes integrated management. And I think we're very, very good around the world at mode-specific management. We've specialized in freeway operation, toll operation, urban signal control, transit systems, freight systems. But our challenge now is how do we bring this all together and manage it as a single entity, a single coordination, and make it work in harmony to achieve our objectives. And then these next two are kind of more like enabling things rather than direct benefit. Urban analytics, we've got a huge amount of big data available now, and we can use that to analyze it and get a better understanding of how the demand for transportation is varying over time, but also the changing operating conditions for our transport systems. And then enabling services, a range of services that don't provide direct benefit, but provide enabling support, things like transportation governance, ICT, the networks that are the the 7/8 of the iceberg under the water, which is supporting the 1/8 the shiny objects that stick up. And I mentioned services. I just wanted to show you this to show the relationship between technologies, services, and outcomes. Technologies start off at the left-hand side of this diagram, but then we bundle them into products and solutions. And we typically deploy those products and solutions through projects and programs because we can schedule them, we can cost them, and we can manage them. But these all result in the delivery of services. And to me, it's the service that delivers the outcome, the safety, the efficiency, the user experience. So I think it's very useful to plan in terms of services, to communicate to the general public in terms of services, because those are the things that are going to develop value. For example, we might bundle electronic payment systems technologies with smartphone apps, with back office technologies to create mobility as a service. But the mobility as a service, as the name suggests, is a service, which will then result in the outcomes. And then I want to spend a few minutes talking about mobility as a service, just refreshing what Richard Harris said earlier. I want to talk about automated driving systems. Hyperloop, which has the potential to drastically change travel times between cities, and we've got some tests going on in the UAE right now, and then urban air mobility. Mobility as a service, as Richard mentioned, it's all centered around the use of a mobile app, complete trip support. Here in the US, the Federal Transit Administration has started to recognize that you need to support the complete trip from original origin to ultimate destination, and not just the middle of the trip where people maybe get on a bus and get off a bus, or enter a traffic signal network and leave a traffic signal network. We're more interested in where are people actually coming from and where are they eventually going to. There's also a growing recognition that in addition to supporting pre-planned trips, we need to be able to support spontaneous travel decisions. Not everybody plans their trip in advance. There may be a short-term spontaneous need to have a trip. And in that case, again, we have to support the complete trip, but we also have to preserve the connections between the modes to be able to support a short-term decision. We want to provide information to the traveler in terms of what choices are available. Unfortunately, in most cities, the default choice is the private automobile, the private car, because that's the easiest thing to do. Other than figuring out where you're going to park, there's not a lot of thinking required to drive your car. But if you want to use multimodal transportation, you want to take an Uber to a mobility hub to then get on an urban air mobility system to avoid the congestion, then that requires additional information. It requires decision quality information about what choices are available, how reliable are the choices, what's the cost of the choice as a percentage of my household income, and then how do I make a reservation and make a single payment. And to me, mobility as a service is a very good example of the kind of integration that we're going to be challenged to deliver for smart mobility in smart cities. And then I have a little diagram here just to reinforce the point that we're looking at the entire trip chain. We're looking at the complete trip from original origin over people talk about the first mile and the last mile. I've also introduced the term a middle mile. So there would be hubs or interchange points. And then from the hub at the other end, taking the last mile to ultimate destination. This is a very simple view. As we study trip behavior in urban areas, we know that it's not simply a commute to work and back. People make multiple stops. They may take their children to school and then go to work, and then go to lunch from work, and then go back to work, and then go from work to picking up the kids again, or go shopping, and then go home. So this is just a simplified view to make the point that we need to look at the complete trip. There's a lot of progress around the world on simulation modeling, on activity-based modeling. San Francisco have a very sophisticated system which goes beyond this simplified trip into the actual trips that people make. And of course, with the data available now, coming from smartphone apps, we can get latitude, longitude, we can get device ID, we can get the breadcrumbs for the trip. These data sources are going to feed into improving the quality of our simulation modeling. Automated driving systems. The Society of Automotive Engineers have defined 5 levels from no automation to full automation. And it gets more challenging as we get into level 4 and level 5. I believe with the amount of investment going into automated driving systems right now, that we are going to be able to tackle this, but maybe there's a situation where between level 0 and level 5, it gets complicated as we move towards automation, especially when we're in mixed traffic, which means some vehicles are automated and some vehicles are not. And it could be interesting. I'm also interested in the concept of graceful degradation, which means if for some reason the vehicle gets confused or is not able to take decisions, it has to hand control back to the human operator, but it should do so in a structured manner, perhaps pulling slowly over to the side of the road and alerting the driver that they need to take control. I attended a conference in California last year where someone from Waymo from Google was talking about their autonomous vehicle, which has traveled a couple of million miles now. And he said that even with the most sophisticated sensors and software, it sometimes gets confused and it's programmed just to pull over and kind of rethink and remove the confusion before it moves on. But I wonder if in some of our urban cities, if that kind of Waymo vehicle would be permanently packed because people are not obeying the rules and strange things are happening. How are we doing on time, Dr. Mohammed? Okay. Let's talk about Hyperloop. To me, this is a very exciting technology. It requires a considerable investment and some technologies to be proven. But we're now seeing, I think this month, the first passengers were carried on a Hyperloop system. And it has the potential to completely change the way we travel between cities. And I think in the US in particular, that could be really important to give us an alternative to aviation. Right now, aviation is a single point failure mechanism in the US because you can fly across the country in 5 or 6 hours, but to drive across the country will take 3 to 4 days. So high-speed rail or going beyond high-speed rail into Hyperloop could have a significant impact. And I believe they're talking about the trip between Dubai and Abu Dhabi being reduced from 1.5 hours to maybe 12 minutes using Hyperloop. And they're talking about using special displays inside the vehicles so that you don't feel claustrophobic. There's even been some discussion about the ticket not costing any money, the ticket being free in return for the ability to deliver advertising to you during the journey, which is another interesting business model. Again, the Hyperloop would be an excellent middle mile choice in being able to take us over a distance from one hub to another. When I talk about hubs, I think there's also an important point here that future transportation planning, future land use may be focused on the creation of a range of mobility hubs, a range of network hubs, a range of physical infrastructure that also supports our mobility as a service approaches. Urban air mobility, it's a growing market. We're seeing a lot of private sector investment. I mentioned private sector investment in automated driving systems. There are currently about 1,400 field trials in the US of automated driving systems. There's a lot of private sector investment, with the public sector playing more of a secondary role. And we're seeing significant progress, but the progress is not being shared too well because we don't have good information sharing mechanisms, but also the private sector feel that the information is proprietary. It gives them an advantage over competitors. So one thing for us to take a look at is how can we be better at sharing information, sharing lessons learned, and sharing knowledge. Urban air mobility, it's all about an aircraft, probably with electric propulsion, vertical takeoff and landing. The pilot can be on board or can be remote, or the whole thing can be completely automated. We need infrastructure, we need vertiports, mobility hubs, and we need air traffic management software, and it needs to be integrated with the existing air traffic management system. I'm currently finalizing a report for the Society of Automotive Engineers on urban air mobility, and the first report looks at certification issues, which is kind of interesting because to get a vehicle certified can take between 5 to 10 years. And the problem there is technology can move so quickly that by the time your vehicle is certified, you're able to use it, then there is new technology available.
So Bob, we have two minutes left for this.
Wonderful, thank you. Urban air mobility, there's different variations. There are small drones that weigh less than 20, 25 kilos, 55 pounds. There are vertical takeoff and landing. There are ones that have swing wing that can be fixed wing for flight, and they can change the wing for landing. It can be rotorcraft. And we're seeing these being used for pharmaceutical delivery with the small vehicles. Both Boeing and Airbus have air taxis for 4 people in development. And we typically expect these vehicles to travel between 60 to 300 miles at an altitude between 4,000 to 2,000 feet. Uber in particular have described this as adding a third dimension to urban transportation, where we have a lot of two-dimensional surface transportation. We're trying to add a third dimension to help ease congestion by taking to the air. There are many applications for urban air mobility, but the 3 primary applications which are driving the market is first mile, last mile delivery of packages, air taxi, which is just like a taxi, you can hail it, but you go to the mobility hub to get on it, and air metro, which is a fixed frequency service, rather like our urban metro systems. Challenges, I won't read the detail, I'll give you a copy of the slides, but there's a need for certification, integration with existing transportation, you know, like automated vehicles, there's a public acceptance factor. There's a need for the public and private sector to work together effectively. And then we need to develop the organizational capabilities to support it. One particular organizational element will be national, federal, and local government agencies working together. So the opportunities we see are related to complete trip, first mile, middle mile, last mile. And then you can see the permutations that are possible. We have a future with a lot more choice for travelers. So to summarize, we've gone through the objectives, talked about smart cities, given you some idea of smart mobility, what can be done. And then we've talked about the mobility as a service, Hyperloop, and urban air mobility. I'd like to thank you very much for your time and attention and hand you back to Dr. Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Now we will move to the first presentation today, talking about how far cities in Middle East are prepared for this innovative smart mobility solutions. And this is going to be presented by Mr. Shailendra Kaushik. Mr. Shailendra is a transport planner with more than 20 years of experience across cities and mobility projects. And he worked on several urban transport projects, airport projects, smart mobility plans, mixed-use developments, logistics zones, and multi-level car park projects. Mr. Shailendra has co-founded Cities Forum, a global think tank launched in the University of Oxford in 2018. I'd like to ask you, please, Mr. Shailendra, to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be part of this conference, and thank you Federation of Arab Engineers and Tatweer for inviting us. So I am Shailendra Kaushik. I am co-founder of Cities Forum, and you have heard one of my colleague Richard Lambert talks about walking and cycling infrastructure. So we are a strategic, think tank working globally. So on one side, we are working on walking and cycling. On the other side, we are also advising cities on how to leverage the mobility data to offer innovative solution. And mobility as a service is one such solution which previous speakers have talked about, that this is something which is new coming up. But it looks like it is a very, very popular, but behind the scene, when you roll out mobility as a service, there is a lot of preparatory work which we need to do. So today I'll be talking about the concept behind, if in case any city would want to implement mobility of services, so what preparedness they need to see and how far Middle Eastern cities are ready about this. So just a bit of a context, if you see, around us, so data is sitting everywhere. Look around and you can see the data is flowing in the air. There was an estimate from Cisco, which basically says that a smart city of 1 million population, it's generally, generate roughly 180 million of gigabyte of data per day. That's a lot of data. 180 million gigabyte of data per day is getting generated by one smart city of 1 million population. Look about the entire world, how much data is getting generated in these smart cities. So what to do with this data? So if you look at the innovations which has happened over the last 20 years, primarily all the new business models, all innovative, concept of taking the world forward is centered around using the data which is actually exists. And data help generate this new idea. And if you look mobility, so mobility is also not an exception. So the cities generate a lot of data around mobility space, and thanks to the location app like Google, and then shared mobility like Uber, and then automation of public transport. So huge amount of data is getting generated around these mobility space. So we have done a global study which Richard has talked about earlier. That study looked into various aspects, and one of the aspects which this study looked into, we asked the expert that what are the technology solutions which might happen over the next 10 years in cities and mobility space. So globally, around 500 experts were consulted, and then their opinion, if you look at on the right side, 74% of the experts says that accessing transport services using smart application is something which would likely to come up big way. Then using of big data and advanced data analytics in mobility management, followed by cloud-based technology in city management. So these are the three areas which centered around the technology. So that shows that technology or data is one area which no city can overlook, and whatever solutions we need to think about in this mobility space should consider the data which we are generating. So MaaS is one of the solution, mobility as a service is one of the solution which is basically designed around the database. So the data is the key engine of mobility as a service. So one research agency, ABI Research, forecast globally mobility as a service revenue to exceed 1 trillion by 2030. So these are pre-COVID figures. So this estimate was done somewhere in 2019 or early 2020. But look at the size of the market, $1 trillion by 2030. So if not 2030, because now as a result of COVID-19, some kind of impact has been made in terms of travel choices. But yes, it is one of the big area which basically would be key to the way cities offer the mobility service in their area. So as the fellow speaker says, what exactly MaaS does? So MaaS brings all means of travel at one place, which is your smartphone app, and you can actually do a real-time trip planning and use a single payment channel instead of multiple payment and ticketing channel. So what happens if you look at the picture on the left side? So the current situation where you have multiple modes like metro, buses, taxi, shared taxi, cycle. So if you have to choose, you have to pick one mode and then book it and then take it. What happens in case of MaaS? So an operator comes and he develop in backend infrastructure, and then these modes talk to each other, and then the user, based on the monthly package plan, if you see on the right side, this is a screenshot from the Finland mobility as a service provider called Vim. So what happens, you basically subscribe as you subscribe in any telecom services, a 30-day plan or a 60-day plan or a unlimited plan, and based on your plan, you get the travel choice. For example, you can buy a 30-day plan, which can offer you, fixed number of public transport tickets in a month, or you can buy an unlimited plan and you go as wherever you want to go by taking any mode or any route. So based on your subscription, the mobility of service operator, if you have to go from point A to point B, suggest the route and suggest the mode, and you don't need to pay because you already paid for a month. So this is what the mobility as a service works. In terms of each city, there is no city at the moment right now which doesn't have some kind of smart mobility. Even if you look at, so the MaaS is basically when you have your multiple mobility mode on a platform. So there are different levels defined for MaaS, right from level 0 to level 4. Level 0 is there is no integration. Each mode is separate. Each mode is basically collect their own data, but they don't talk to each other. Level 1 is when there is some location-based app come into play and then they integrate. So whenever you actually access Google route for your navigation, so that means the city is at level 1. Level 2, what happens when these location-based map are integrated with the transport operator, which are not linked like Uber or Ola. So this is called level 2, where the mode don't talk to each other, but each mode separately works with these location app provider. So most of the Middle Eastern cities right now are at level 2. Level 3, what happens? All the modes talk to each other, and then the operators actually propose or operator offer a full array of services. Level 4 is the most advanced form where you can integrate the non-mobility services into mobility services. For example, if you want to buy a meal, or if you want to go to a restaurant or to cinema hall, so these kind of commercial products are also integrated with your mobility service. So this is called level 4. So these are different level of MaaS. And if you look at globally what has happened, so MaaS is a very, very new phenomena which is talking about, and there are quite a few examples which are working well, but quite a few cities are also kind of in experimenting phase and revising the business plan. So if you look at it, there are almost 100 examples globally which centered around MaaS, and primarily the work has been done in Europe, UK, China, and Japan. USA, there are some examples. Australia has done some pilot mode. And most of these case examples are at either level 2 or level 3. So level 4 is still to be reached, but gradually the market is building up towards going to level 4. If you look at cities in Middle Eastern, be it Dubai or Abu Dhabi or any other city in Saudi Arabia, so there are multiple modal transport system which already exist. You have bus system, rail-based system, everything is there. Second, the digital infrastructure is already there. The cities are powered by the ITS infrastructure. The city level mobility data is available with the authority. The ticketing is happening contactless. And there is a popularity of app-based transport services. So these are the 5 things which, in case any city would want to take a call that whether we should introduce mobility of services or not. So these are key ingredients in terms of, and which these key ingredients are available in the cities in Middle East in some form. And on top, you need a political or a decision maker, thought process to implement this. So the cities over here are aspiring to lead on the smart mobility offering. So this is something, an area which basically can be looked at, and sooner, MaaS kind of solution would be seen in the cities in Middle Eastern countries. So this slide, if in case any MaaS operator decide to come into a city, what he sees. So first thing, he sees the data, what is the size of the market, whether there is multiple modal system available because you need to integrate all the system. Then what is the share of public transport or shared transport mode, because that is where your market lies. And then the single payment channel is available or not, and percentage of trip using the app-based system. So this is regarding the potential size of the market, which any operator would like to see. Second is the infrastructure, whether the city is having a transport data center, what is the attitude of the city toward digitization, whether ITS infrastructure is there, smartphone penetration and popularity of e-commerce and using digital platform. So this is regarding the infrastructure. And then readiness. So these are the three key areas which an operator see, and I'm sure those who are living in Middle Eastern cities, they know that these cities in Middle East are kind of, more or less having these kind of functionality. At the same time, what the authority sees, because the authority generally, when you do a mass project, first thing what you need to do is assess how your city are ready for the mass project. So there is a concept called mass maturity index. So the authority need to assess what is the city's mass maturity index, and this mass maturity index is basically grouped across 5 areas. One is the transport operator openness and data sharing, because the data is the key for this particular solution. So how far multiple transport operators are willing to share their data. Then second, what are the policy regulation in terms of data sharing and privacy, because the data is actually getting collated at one format, and then the solutions are designed. Then citizens familiarity or resident familiarity and willingness, then ICT infrastructure, and then what kind of transport services, density, frequency, other things are there. So using these multiple data points, the city estimate what is the mass maturity index. So this, I'm showing a screenshot of mass maturity index where Cities Forum, one of the consultant has worked over there. This is for Madrid city. So what happens, you actually prepare a kind of windmill diagram and then see amongst these 8 parameters where my city is falling short. What are the areas I need to fill before a mass solution is launched into this particular city. So this screenshot is from Madrid. So this is a multiple cities mass maturity index which was calculated in Europe. And then if you look at ecosystem, the whole ecosystem of mass, you have 4 distinct groups. One is the mass customer who will be using the services. Second is the mass platform provider. So there will be company who develop the platform, which will be used by the transport operators or the user. Then transport operator who will share the data to this mass platform provider. And somewhere there is in between data providers like Google and other location-based app. So the data provider. So these 4 authority, and generally data provider are government kind of authorities. So these 4 different stakeholders need to work together and design a solution which is user-centric. So what is important over here is the collaboration is the key between these 4 parties. So if you see these 4 operators, everyone has a different goal. As earlier Richard says that, private sector has a goal to maximize the profit, whereas government sector has a goal to provide these services as an affordable mobility services. So these 4 parties, which is government, who see mass as a way of achieving policy goal and achieving emission target. You have transport authorities who want to provide better services. You have mass operator who see mass as a business proposition, and transport operator on the other thing, because they have the fear of sharing their data. So what happens, these 4 parties need to work together. So we are right now working in 3 cities in Asia. So the biggest challenge of offering mass solution in any city is the collaboration between the party, the trust between the parties. So what happens once, since you will have to maintain the trust, so this issue has been tackled in Europe by incorporating an industry-led organization called Mass Alliance. So similar organization has been made in Australia called Mass Australia, and similar organization or institution has been done in US. So this institution is driven by both public and private sector, and then they talk to each other and then create a common platform to offer the mass services to the whole good. And another important thing for mass system is what is the kind of contractual model, or what is the kind of business model. So Richard briefly touched upon in earlier presentation. So you have 3 kind of model to implement mass. One is the public sector led model, where authority in say Dubai like RTA, or in Abu Dhabi say ITC, they can take a lead and then talk to different operator and develop the system. Okay, so this is a public sector led model. Then second is the public and private sector joint venture model, where it's a kind of public private partnership model where the government authority becomes the regulator of this MaaS, and then the private operator feed in the data and then offer the solution. And the third model is the fully privatized model, which is like a free market model. So there is no limitation. You can have as many as MaaS operators coming to the city. They can, offer their product, without any hesitation, but there's some sort of legislation or the regulation need to be there into fully privatized model also. So the city need to see that based on their long-term plan or on their strategic objective, what is the best possible model for them. So each city is unique. For example, there are some cities in Europe which are on to fully privatized model. There are certain cities which are going for a public-private model, whereas there are certain cities which are basically opting for the public sector model. And the way we are working with 3 Asian cities, so these cities have got desire to start with the public sector model, go to a PPP model, and then go to the fully privatized model. So this is a step-up approach they are taking. So key points basically with this talk, I can say that the cities in Middle East to take a joint initiative, because if you look at it, MaaS, if offered at a regional level, for example, in UAE wide MaaS, if you have MaaS operator in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, it will be big hit, because then you can actually buy a plan which is applicable into various cities or to different countries. Like Europe, they are talking about a Europe-wide MaaS subscription plan. There are a lot of things associated with that, which we need to see. But second thing is the data is the key for this MaaS. So one thing, in case today you are not going for an integrated model, but tomorrow you will go, so the mobility data specification need to be actually, at a standard level. So the city need to develop a common mobility data specification framework, which can fit into any MaaS model. So this is the second area where these different cities in Middle East need to talk to each other and then identify a common data specification for collecting mobility data, so that going forward this kind of platform can be made available, which is applicable regionally. And third, in order to do first and second, we need to initiate a discussion between the industry body and the government authority to create some sort of industry-led organization in line with MaaS America or MaaS Alliance Group. So we are working in one of the city in Middle East in terms of, they have started with ITS infrastructure, but going in the direction of MaaS. So we are developing some kind of broad framework with them. So as I told you, we are working with 3 cities in Asia in developing the framework for MaaS implementation. And I'm happy to take on your question in case you have any question. But yes, definitely this is an area where each city need to work together along with different industry partner, because there are some studies which are made available that if you offer the MaaS services, the public transport ridership increase to the extent of minimum of 5 to different studies are there, but 5%, minimum of 5% a city has actually seen once the MaaS platform is offered. Secondly, if you offer MaaS services, then definitely because of public transport ridership, you can cut the emission rate. There are some research going on which has got different, research has gone different, that whether if you introduce MaaS, whether it will increase the trip rate into that city, because you are facilitating a service to the resident. So there might be a case that the citizen or resident will become more mobile as a result of MaaS offering. But in case the trip rate is getting increased, so those trips are happening onto public transportation. That is also, so it's a new business model. A lot is being done across various regions, including Europe, Japan, India, Australia, US. And as Federation of Arab Engineers and Tatweez, if a kind of, discussion paper can be initiated for introducing mobility as a service in Middle Eastern cities, that will be a good welcome step, for looking into this whole new concept for the specific to this region. So with this, I will stop my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shailendra. We are eager to see the implementation of MaaS in the Middle East, inshallah, very soon. Now we'll move to the last presentation in the session. It's talking about transportation strategy in the city of Baghdad. And this will be presented by Dr. Moheb Kamel Al-Rawi. Dr. Moheb is an Associate Dean at the Center of Urban and Regional Planning from the University of Baghdad. He has PhD degree in Urban and Regional Planning from the same university, and he also has more than 30 research papers in the field of city planning and urban and regional aspects. Dr. Moheb, could you please start your presentation?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية أشكر القائمين على المؤتمر المبارك إن شاء الله. أرحب بالأستاذي دكتور عادل الحديثي، أرحب برئيس الوزراء الأسبق دكتور عاصم شرف، والشكر الجزيل للأستاذ أحمد. الدراسة اللي تحت هي عن استراتيجية بناء نظام نقل متكامل في مدينة بغداد. نعم، كافة التصاميم اللي ماستر بلان، عفوا الماستر بلان لمدينة بغداد. نعم، مدينة بغداد مرت بعدة تصاميم أساسية. تقريبا 7 تصاميم أساسية، فقط واحد من عندها اللي تنفذ اللي هو شركة بول سيرفيس عام 1973. كل هذه المخططات مجرد حبر على ورق، ما عدا اللي ذكرناه بال 1973 اللي هو مخطط الإنماء الشامل لمدينة بغداد، اللي كان من المتوقع أن تصل مدينة بغداد نهاية القرن العشرين إلى مليونين نسمة، لكن بالوقت الحالي مدينة بغداد توصل من 8 إلى 10 مليون. هذا كله راح يأثر على حركة النقل، والنقل مثل ما ذكر الدكتور عاصم بالبداية هو العصب الحساس في الهيكل الاقتصادي ككل. فأي حركة أي منظومة ما تقدر تشتغل إلا بالنقل، والنقل مثل ما نعرف إحنا كنا هو دالة لاستعمالات الأرض. فالاستعراض اللي راح يكون إن شاء الله هو عن تاريخ هذه التصاميم الأساسية اللي موجودة، وبالنهاية إن شاء الله نقدر نستطيع أن نخرج باستراتيجية عن الحلول خلينا نقول الأفضل وليست المثالية، الأفضل لمدينة بغداد. مثل ما تكلمنا عن التصاميم السابقة، فقط دراستين اعتنت بالتصميم أو بالنقل، هي الخطوات السويسرية وسكوت ويلسون. سكوت ويلسون هذه الدراسة اللي معتمدة لحد الآن بالأمانة بغداد. في عام 36 تم التعاقد في مدينة بغداد تقديم مقترحات تستوعب 500,000 نسمة على سبيل الأمر ما يتطلب المدينة قبل تنفيذ واستكمال الخطوات الرئيسية. السبب هو وصول مدينة بغداد من حيث الكثافة المخطط لها في عام 47 قبل ما توصل سنة الهدف، هي أخذت الاستحقاق قبل أن توصل. شركة مورينيو وشركائه نفس العملية، التضخم السكاني اللي يزيد باعتبارها مدينة جاذبة أو مدينة مهيمنة دوميننت موجودة على مستوى المحافظات العراقية ككل. مثل ما تكلمنا، هذا التصميم شركة دوكسياغس اللي أخذ على شكل قطاعات وبشكل مستطيل الجريد. بول سيرفيس تقريبا هذا التصميم اللي معتمد لحد هاي اللحظة بالنسبة لأمانة بغداد هو التصميم الأساسي لبول سيرفيس عام 1973. اغلب التصاميم مثل ما ذكرنا لم تتطرق الى الحلول النقل او دراسات نقل شامله او مختصه بدراسه النقل، فقط استعمالات ارض بدون التطرق الى المشاكل اللي نواجهها هذا اليوم. هاي الشوارع اللي موجوده تقريبا على 4 إلى 5 شوارع انفتحت من قبل الشركه المقترحه والسكك الحديديه في مدينه بغداد، فضلا عن المحطات الخاصه بكل شبكه. عفوا بس العرض. هذه الدراسة الشاملة للنقل في مدينة بغداد اللي معدة من قبل شركة سكوت ويلسون بها أكثر من مقترح. المشكلة ببغداد وأغلب المدن، خلينا نقول دول العالم الثالث، موجود مخطط. المشكلة وين عندي؟ المشكلة تكون عندي بالتنفيذ. أنا عندي جسور مقترحة من سنة 73، عندي خلينا نقول شبكات طرق سريعة، عندي الرونج رود، الحوليات اللي موجودة داخل بغداد، يعني الحولي الأول الثاني الثالث الرابع الخامس تقريبا. إلى حد الآن إحنا كمدينة بغداد نشتغل بالحول الثاني، بقى الثالث والرابع والخامس. هذا مجرد مقترحات. عندي بعد مقترحات اللي موجودة بعد، عندي المترو وعندي القطار السريع. هذه كلها إلى حد الآن غير منفذة، مخططة. إلى حد العام الماضي كان اكو مقترح بأن يتنفذ من قبل شركة هونداي الكورية بالنسبة للقطار السريع، والمخطط من قبل المترو من قبل سيسترا اليابانية، عفوا الفرنسية. هذا المخطط بالنسبة للشركة جايكا. شركة جايكا درست يعني ما كملت لأن ظروف سنة 80 انقطع العمل بها. وسعت مدينة بغداد إلى عبارة عن مقطعات أو خلينا نقول مدن ضواحي قريبة، وشلون كل وحدة عملية الربط بيناتهم. بالنسبة لشركة جايكا اليابانية، جايكا اليابانية قسمت المدينة إلى 24 قطاع، كل قطاع إلى خصائص الميدانية أو كذا، والخصائص الداخلية والخارجية وعدة تفاصيل أخرى. تم التعاقد في 2013 مرة ثانية مع شركة سيسترا لزيادة عدد الوحدات أو عدد النقل، لأن أنا من سنة 80 كان الوضع يختلف عن سنة 2000 خلينا نقول 13. سيسترا اليابانية مجرد زودة السعة القصوى للكابينات أو الخط، مع العلم هو الخط المترو هو ثبت نفسه ما تغير، فقط زيادة السعة، يعني سعة النقل مو أكثر. هاي خطوط المترو، الخط الأول والخط الثاني وكل التفاصيل اللي بيه. الشركة ستوم الفرنسية اقترحت أو الرسم تمت، يعني العقد بأن المخططات تكمل، وكملت قبل سنتين مخططات، واستلمت إلى محافظة بغداد وإلى أمانة بغداد والشركة العامة للنقل بالمخططات القطار السريع والمسارات اللي موجودة به. احنا يعني بعد هذا الشيء كله زين اوكي، انا خططت المترو، خططت القطار السريع، انا كمخطط نقل ابحث عن تكامليه هذا النقل. اوكي انا وصلتك الى منطقه معينه، بينما النقل الثاني انا اريد اسوي تكامليه لهذا النقل. هذا المخطط المقترح من سنه 2008 المفروض من سنه 2008 سنه الهدف اللي تكون هي 2030. أنا بسنة 2020 وإلى حد الآن التصميم ما صادق، ما أعرف إيش وقت راح يصادق، يعني معناته أنا يجوز هم كفيت المدة مالتي وبعد ما وصلت لسنة الهدف. فأكو عدة استراتيجيات مقترحة أنا خلينا نقول باللون الأحمر هسه اللي على الخارطة، هاي طرق منفذة. الطرق باللون الاحمر المقطع هاي الطرق خلينا نقول السريعه، اوكي. بالازرق هي الطرق الرئيسيه. بعدين عندي الطرق الغير منفذه والطرق الثانويه او المقترحه والغير منفذه. فانا عندي شبكه طرق خلينا نقول اقدر اقول عليها متكامله بين هلالين، متكامله حد التنفيذ. اذا تنفذت يمكن اقدر اسيطر على الترافيك جام اللي موجود عندي، واقدر اسيطر على خلينا نقول البيك اور اللي تصير عندي. احدى التجارب اللي سويناها قبل سنتين بالمنطقه المركزيه لمدينه بغداد، خلال الربع ساعه بالبيك اور الاوليه تدخل لي اعداد هائله الى هاي المنطقه خلال وقت معين. فهذا كله سبب خلينا نقول عدم تنفيذ المشاريع المقترحه لهذه الاستراتيجيه شبكه الطرق مدينه بغداد. درس المخطط موضوع خلينا نقول بواقع بشكل عام. طرق شعاعيه، طريق الحلقي الخامس اللي مقترح. اكو بعض الجسور هي موجوده بالمقترح بال 73، بينما هسه عادت اقتراحها من جديد. يعني المفروض انفذ بال 73 بعدين اشوف وين الحلول اللي بعد اللي موجوده بها اللي اريد انا اوصلها. مثلا بالاستراتيجيه اللي نريد نوصلها استكمال الطرق الدائريه الاربعه اللي موجوده بعد، تنفيذ وسائل النقل العام على امتداد محاور، وكم تم رسم خلينا نقول محطات اللي خلينا نقول الجذب اللي موجوده او محطات السيطره اللي اقدر استقبل من المحافظات البقيه، واعتبر مدينه بغداد خلينا نقول هي الجاذب او المهيمن بالعمليه التخطيطيه ككل. بالنسبه للنقل البري اكمال تشييد الطرق الدائريه كما قلنا الشريانيه والمخططه، دمج المراكز النمو الجديده المقترحه بشبكه الطرق. اكو هوايه هسه تصير يعني عندي مدن او مراكز مدن جديده تصير مدار بغداد، فهذا كلها تحتاج الى ربط اقليمي، وشبكه الطرق هي دائما هي اللي تخلق المدن، واكو جدليه اللي تصير عندي منو دا يخلق منه. فدائما الطريق هو يبحث عن خلينا نقول او المدينه تبحث عن الطريق او اي شيء يبحث عن وسائل النقل السريعه. بالنسبه للنقل الجماعي انشاء محطات نقل متعدده الوسائط، وتم توزيعها مدينه بغداد، اعاده توقيع واكمال خط السكه الحديد الدائري. هذا راح يقدر يفك لي الزخم اللي موجود داخل بغداد واوزعه على الاطراف. نقل المنطقه الخدميه من المنطقه خلينا نقول المركزيه باتجاه بجانب الكرخ الى منطقه ثانيه. استكمال شبكه السكك الحديديه بانشاء خط جديد يربط بين المركز المقترح في يعني موجود بالخارطه نقدر نشوفها. زين، هذا اللي اريد ان اوصل. اكو تكامليه حتى بالنقل النهري، بين النقل البري اللي كل المواصفات اللي بيه، الى ان اوصل بشبكه متكامله اقدر استخدم هسه كل الانظمه اللي ذكروها الزملاء اللي قبلي، اقدر استخدم الماس او اي برنامج ثاني باداره الشبكه. فهذا المقترح اللي اريد اوصل به. مثلا الاولويات خلينا نقول اللي تخص البي ار تي هي وسائل النقل الجماعي. انا من 2003 الى الحد 2020 تقريبا النقل الجماعي بالنسبه لبغداد تقريبا توقف او شبه متوقف. زين، انشاء نظام نقل اقتصادي وفعال، انشاء مواقف السيارات تعمل بنظام البارك عندنا، هذا مو موجود عندي مثلا بغداد. يعني انا المفروض اثقف المواطنين بأن يكون هذا الشيء. إنشاء محطات للباص تبادل الركاب، سعى عن طريق برامج التثقيفية زيادة الوعي المروري، تدريب وتهيئة الكوادر، إنشاء هيئة تعنى بأنظمة النقل السريعة. على سبيل المثال عن القطار السريع، لما اجي منو الاداره اللي راح يديرها؟ انا المفروض تكون هيئه خاصه بهذا الامر، خلينا نقول هيئه المترو او هيئه القطار السريع او خط النقل الجماعي او اي شيء. مثلا حتى اخفف الضغط على مدينه بغداد، انشاء مراقب للنقل الخارجي عند مداخل مدينه بغداد. يعني مو كل وكانما يعني عمليه بالضبط تصير عندي مد وجزر بالصباح وكانما تكون جذب، وبالمساء ورا الساعه 1 بعد البيك اور المسائيه وعمليه نبذ، وكانما جذب ونبذ تصير عندي. الشبكة النقل الجماعية المقترحة بالنسبة الحالية اللي موجودة واللي مقترحة من قبلنا حسب استراتيجية اللي مبنية لأمانة بغداد. اكو مشاريع يعني المقترحه على مستوى مدينه بغداد بالنسبه للمترو واطواله وش قد ينقل لي مسار المترو ككل. القطار المعلق اللي ذكرناه قبل شويه اطواله والمسارات المقترحه، فهذا كلها انا احتاج الى تكون عندي خلينا نقول حافلات نقل سريع، باصات خلينا نقول ميني باص حتى تنقل لي من الى، يعني انا وين يوصل القطار السريع خلينا نقول انا اريد اروح للمترو، فلازم اكو واسطه نقل بين هاي المحطه وهاي المحطه، فالمفروض اكو تكامليه اللي تكون موجوده. المفروض انا عندي الباركات، البارك اللي احتاجه دائما خلينا نقول او اوزعه بطريقه علميه صحيحه مدروسه. تم توزيع هاي المواقف السيارات هوايه اكو من عندها مقترحه، يعني قبل ما احنا نجي على استراتيجيه وقبل ان ندرس الواقع اللي موجود وطبيعه الحركه والازدحامات اللي تصير، دراسه كامله ومستوفيه ان شاء الله. حددنا المواقف اللي تحتاجها المركبات خلال عمليه الازدحام. المخطط النهائي ان شاء الله تم خلينا نقول تكامليه، توزيع المواقف، توزيع الخطوط المحطات النقل، توزيع محطات الحافلات، مسارات الحافلات، كل مسار حافله وين ينتهي ومنين يبدي، خط المترو وخط القطار المعلق. وانا اعتذر عن الاطاله وشكرا جزيلا وبارك الله بكم.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohab, for the presentation. And I'd like to thank all the presenters as well for the very interesting presentations in the session. Now we'll move to the 15-minute questions. I see some of the questions already raised. Some of them are already answered, mostly by Mr. Bob. But we still have 4 questions open, so we'll start one by one in sequence. So the first one is raised by Ayman, and he's saying that, and this question is directed to Mr. Richard Lambert. He's saying that during the summer season in GCC, cycling is not the best choice to reach work, and he thinks that this choice mainly is subject to the climate for each area. And he would like to listen to Mr. Richard.
Thank you very much there, Mohammed. I agree. I think it's a huge factor. And I think that means there's 2 ways you can deal with this. So one is obviously when we're looking at an integrated sustainable transport network in places like the UAE, cycling may not be the main form of transport that people use, but it should be part of it. And if you're considering the climate, maybe there are ways that you can mitigate, you can actually make it adapt the cycle routes to make them more conducive. So maybe you can make sure they are shaded so that you're not cycling in direct sunlight. So obviously that can help reduce some of the environmental discomfort. For example, in Australia, they've been creating shadeways. So during the extreme summers, they're basically walking and cycling routes that are continuously shaded either by greenery, by trees, or by artificial shading as well. I mean, another example is somewhere like Singapore, which obviously is a tropical environment, year-round heat. And again, cycling is not that common there, but they have a fully integrated public transport system that is air conditioned and creates a very comfortable environment for people to move around in sustainably. And again, they look to create more green walking and cycling routes because they know that actively cools the air around where people are walking and cycling. So I think those are really important things to consider. So not just relying on cycling somewhere like the UAE, but how you can make it more comfortable. But also maybe if you're using it to commute, maybe the offices need to provide better shower facilities, things like this, to actually make people feel, okay, I don't mind cycling because I know I can actually at the other end have a shower, and even because it's going to be hot. But I do understand it would be extreme heat, so you cannot expect everybody to be cycling there. But I think that's why the local context is so important. But there are some examples there of how other countries with extreme heat have tried to continue to promote cycling or sustainable transport. I believe there was another question.
Yeah, I see another one for you, Mr. Richard. Is talking about that the France is on the way to becoming 5-minute city, which means travelers can easily travel through the city in short time, but how can urban mobility adapt to today's world and help us to save the world besides just helping the humans in terms of transportation? Yes.
Yeah, just quickly, I'd say, just to clarify, it's a 15-minute city, 1-5, not 5. So 5 minutes is too short. So the aim is 15 minutes. So and for me, even that is quite short. Some other cities are talking about 20-minute cities. So the idea being that you're creating neighborhoods within your city that mean that people who live in that neighborhood can travel by walking or cycling up to 15 minutes from where they live or where they work to get to where they work, to get everything they need to live. So it discourages, you don't need to travel wide, long distances in a fast way. And the way they do this, so I agree with what you're saying, so it's trying to help people to travel, but it's also trying to reduce the emissions from city transport and urban transportation as well, because you're not having to travel these distances. So it's strongly linked with urban land use. So how your city is planned, where, if you have multiple different types of land use around where you live or where you work, and you need to basically focus on how you can create these different neighborhoods which actively reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reduce the environmental impact of city transportation, but also improve the quality of life of residents and also local businesses, and mean that people can live within smaller areas. And I think this is a trend that we're seeing with COVID-19. There's people are maybe not traveling into the center of cities so much anymore, and they're spending more time in their local areas where they live, or they're working from home more. So you may see this trend already, and I think it's a trend that we're going to see more of in the future. But I agree, it's not for everybody, for every city, but I think they can look to 15 minutes is just one example. You can look to 20 minutes. You have to look to your context within your local area and how your neighborhoods are already planned, and then work from there.
Yeah. Thank you. So we'll move to the next question now, and I guess this is directed to Mr. Jörg Wilm. It's talking about the says what were the challenges in Berlin and lessons learned that could help the Middle East. So it's talking about transferring the lessons learned in Berlin to the Middle East. If you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. But first, I'd like to answer another question here related to the bike. We also have some severe weather conditions in Berlin. In winter, it's very cold, and in summer, it's even okay. Not that might not that hot as in Middle East, but a solution here. Or a very common solution and favorable solution is the electric bike. You can go, you don't need that much effort to go on bike with an electric bike. It's easy. You don't reach your office in sweat, or in wintertime, you can wear warm clothes and go on the electric bike. That's could be a convenient solution. For example, I by myself drive electric bike. But to come back to the question, what were the challenges in Berlin and what could help in the Middle East? Well, I guess what the solution or the approach we had is not to put down measurements from top down, from the government down to the from the transport administration. We are not part of the transport administration, but to encourage and to help businesses to find solutions, certain solutions for our city. That means we have, for example, I showed you this slide with our club members, and there are several startups and young companies which were settled or which came to Berlin and were dealing with the certain problems we have in Berlin, for example, to find appropriate charging solutions or ICT solutions that we need here in this city. And to help these businesses and to help these young urban professionals to do or to work on business cases and on technical solutions is very appropriate way to do things. because there you have people who care about their environment in their cities and their economic environment, and that might be the best way, because there you don't have people from abroad or from wherever, or solutions that fit in other areas of the world or in other cities, but your certain problems in your cities are addressed by people who care about your city and who want to live there and want to find solutions that might work elsewhere, but in the first step work in your city. So I would recommend that you invite young, or not even young, but that you invite companies, enterprises, young professionals, students to look at your city. They might come from your areas, and to find solutions that fit in your area and in your city. So yeah, that's what we did in Berlin, and I guess that was quite successful.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jörg, and I'd like to thank again all the presenters, and I was honored to be with you today in the session. I guess this comes to the end of the session. We will be having a break, and then we'll meet again for the second session.
Thank you all for this for the first session. الآن تبدأ الاستراحة، حيث سنواصل بعدها الجلسة العلمية الثانية والتي ستبدأ بالساعة 4 بتوقيت السعودية، والتي ستكون بإدارة الدكتور عصام رضوان. نرجو من الحضور الكريم الالتزام بالتوقيت الاستراحة اللي هو 15 دقيقة حتى يتسنى لنا الالتزام بأجندة المؤتمر. سنلقاكم بعد ربع ساعة. شكرا لكم.
President Dr. Adel Hadithi. I also would like to acknowledge my dear friend, Dr. Assam Sharaf, the conference chair, and also Dr. Atif Gharib, the CEO of Tatweer. Particularly special thank you to Tatweer for coordinating and taking the lead on this particular conference. We have some exciting presentations in the second session. And again, I'd like to make sure that all the presenters will adhere to the 20-minute time frame. Maybe 2 minutes beforehand, I will give a heads up that we're close to finishing. We will hold off for questions and answers till the end of the session. I also discovered that you can, during the presentations, you can click on the Q&A at the bottom of the screen there. You can type your questions, and if you want to address it to a specific presenter, you can do that. I also found in the morning session that some of the presenters either answer it online, and therefore people will get their answers immediately, or the presenters can opt to saying, I would like to answer it in person, and that might be a little bit more personal. So these are the logistics of running this session. I guess as a university professor, I have to make some opening remarks here. I can't just sit there and coordinate all these presentations. So one of the things in my life here to notice is that infrastructure is really important in this world. And I'm sure that certain countries have politically, economically, and technically developed a superb infrastructure because they figure that the transportation side of the infrastructure is the engine for economic development. And so when you develop that system, particularly the transportation side, there's a hefty cost for it too, but at the same time, it will gen up some business. And I hope that will be the forging part. We got hit by COVID-19 and everybody is sick of hearing that COVID-19 over and over and over. But when the dust settles and we get the vaccine and we try to go back to normal, we will look back at what we have learned from this experience. And I can tell you right now that some of the challenges that we faced in this COVID-19 is being able to deliver knowledge virtually, be able to look at delivering services, which in my opinion was the big challenge, and how we can do that in a smooth way and an easy way. Some of the speech that you will hear here in this afternoon session is about new technologies, and connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles definitely is going to be with us in the future for a long time. But it may take my grandchildren to see that happening, maybe full-fledged. To make it happen, electric vehicles, the market penetration has to be extremely high there. We're going to see a lot more electric vehicles, and that will increase the demand on the grid to provide enough energy for those cars to run and be able to help us out. In the morning session, my dear friend Bob McQueen talked about Hyperloop. I have the privilege of developing a report on the Hyperloop. Elon Musk is really forging forward that Hyperloop, and I know that in the Emirates, they're trying to do it too. The most recent test that was done in the US is 150 miles per hour in a 1.5 kilometer long. So they managed to get it up to 150 miles per hour. The big dream is 700 miles per hour. I can't imagine myself being cooped up in a capsule, shot at 700 miles per hour, and get there safely and without losing my sanity. Yes, they might distract me and reduce the claustrophobic effect. However, I believe that if and when the Hyperloop is developed at its full potential, it would be more beneficial for freight transportation. And you know, you look at all the lectures that we're talking about in this conference, they're all related to the transport of people, but not goods. Believe me, this Hyperloop, as well as other modes of transportation like autonomous trucks on freeways, we're going to see a convoy of trucks connected to each other seamlessly and delivering goods at low cost and high speed delivery. And they all communicate to each other. As a matter of fact, they started testing some of those in Florida, and they didn't tell the motorists that these trucks are running without drivers. And they are doing all the maneuvers trying to avoid crazy drivers. So I'm gonna shut up here and start our first speaker. And my first speaker for this session is Dr. Mohammed Abdelati, who's also a dear friend. He'll be addressing traffic operations and safety challenges using active traffic management technology. Dr. Ati is a trustee chair at the University of Central Florida. He's the department chair there. He's a Pegasus professor also. And he's leading the Future City Initiative at University of Central Florida. His main expertise is traffic safety and traffic analysis, simulation, and big data information. He is a prolific publisher, has a long history of publishing numerous papers that has really some high impact factors, has done a lot of research work funded by federal, state, and local agencies in the tune of $20 million. He has received a lot of acknowledgements and awards by ASCE as well as TRB. And so without further ado, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Mohammed Abdelati.
Thank you very much, Dr. Essam Radwan, our dear professor, أستاذي. لك فضل يعني كبير للكارير بتاعي والمقدمة يعني. وشكرا دكتور عصام شرف للدعوة الكريمة. دكتور عصام شرف أستاذ كبير، دكتور عاطف غريب زميلنا العزيز، والعرب فيدريشن ورئيس العرب فيدريشن for this kind invitation. يعني excuse me, I'll need to speak in English because you know technically يعني أنا بتكلم عربي كويس والله، يعني أنا مش يعني بس بشتغل بقالي فوق 25 سنة بالإنجليزي، فصعب شوية إن أنا يعني أغير بس. يعني I'll try to talk today, of course, briefly. 20 minutes is not that يعني enough, but I will try to touch on some key aspects of our research the group, in my group, which is what we call the Smart and Safe Transportation Group. The concept of proactive traffic management, it's coming from the active traffic management, but it's more predictive. The use of big data in transportation, the real-time applications, smart mobility, computer vision applications, etc. What is the main problem that we have now on our transportation network is we have been growing very rapidly. Maybe in the US, we have kind of matured. The growth in roadway mileage, it might not be as extensive as other countries around the world, but it is very, very, very large, massive network, maybe about 70,000 miles of freeways. And this is only 1% of the whole network, the freeway network. So it is a very, very large network. So it is almost impossible to keep managing the traffic in traditional ways. And even, there is no resources, adequate resources or adequate expertise to keep up in managing the traffic, solving the problem, solving safety issues, etc. We need to change the paradigm or the way we think about how we manage traffic. And this is basically what I am trying to say here. Luckily, with this challenge is that we have a lot of resources that enable us to do that. And I am arguing here that we need to change our traditional approach to a more proactive approach, an approach where we expect the problems before they happen and solve them, using either ITS technologies, using artificial intelligence, using connected and automated vehicles, as Dr. Issam mentioned, etc. So the key is how to be more proactive in real time. So I am presenting to you here the databases that we have feeding into our lab as we speak. This is most of it real-time online data that is being fed in our lab at about 1 minute increment. And I'm talking basically about the right side of this chart. All the detectors on the infrastructure, like the microwave detectors, the loop detectors, the automatic vehicle identification, Bluetooth detectors, CCTV camera feeds, and I'm going to talk about it in a minute, in addition to the private sector data, such as here. Here is something like Google, that is also, it's an app base. We also have a floating car. So far, we only have the transit, which are about 300 buses, and campus shuttles, about 50. So we have a feed of 350 floating cars continuously, and also the traffic signal data, the ATSPM, or the automated traffic signal performance measures, which is again a vehicle by vehicle detection at the intersections. We have all this in addition to the weather fed into our lab. Now there are other data which are more traditional data, such as the crash data, violation data, geographical data, census data. We have all this. There are some specific apps such as Strava and Twitter and all this. We capture it sometimes if we need to do some applications with it. So all this data is being used, and I'm going to talk to you about the applications that we developed using this data. So this is what I mean by big data. Are we using everything all the time? No, but this is the definition of big data, is that you have all this and you're trying to make informed decisions, data-based decisions as you need. But the critical part is that the data is live. It's instantaneous. Now, let me first talk about a concept that we developed about 15 years ago with the concept of real-time safety. 15 years ago, we decided to look at the conditions that precede historical crashes. once the crash happened, again, based on the concept I'm trying to talk about, it is too late. The damage happened, safety damage happened, and then followed by operation damage and congestion, etc., already happened. What we are interested in is the condition that precede crashes, so that we can expect and know that there is a high potential of a safety problem, and therefore intervene to either reduce the risk or reduce the severity, or at least be prepared for the location and the time of this crash. So you can see here, this concept has been developed over thousands of crashes, really. So the concept is not new. We have done this over the last, as I mentioned, 15 years. But I'm displaying here a historical crash that happened on a freeway in Orlando. And you can see that we are monitoring, to the left side, we are monitoring the speed, turbulence, standard deviation, etc. And you will see that as the standard deviation increased, the red color appeared, which means that there is a crash. And then the red color is increasing, it means there is a queue. And you'll see that the queue becomes about more than 3 kilometers, and the queue will last about 90 minutes. So one crash that happened because of a turbulence in traffic has caused congestion and queuing for an hour and a half. And therefore, what we are trying to do is to measure this turbulence, and therefore know that there is a possibility of a problem happening, and therefore we can, by variable speed limits or any type of control, what I call proactive traffic management, we are going to alleviate this problem. So active traffic management, I think most of us know what it is. You can see on this chart from the UK, there are a lot of components of active traffic management, such as speed harmonization, where we are trying to adjust the speed to have more smoother traffic or less turbulent traffic. The use of a shoulder in certain times of the day, what we call temporary shoulder running, queue warning, ramp metering, etc., etc. There are a lot of tools now that we can use in real time proactively to improve the situation. Here is an example of a model that we have developed for weaving areas on freeways based on many weaving areas and hundreds of crashes. And this model is running in the background in vSim simulation, as you can see. And then we intervened by controlling the ramp and controlling the speed in order to reduce the risk of crashes in the weaving area. So you can see the weaving area, there is a ramp meter and there is a VSL upstream. And you can see on the left side how the risk went down from the black line to the red line. And this is running, so if we intend to apply this in real time. This is running in a simulation now to prove that it is working, and you can see there is a reduction in crash risk in the conflict numbers also. This is an example actually working now in Orlando, and this is the interchange between two freeways, and typically there is a queue at this interchange forming, and therefore the Expressway Authority has put this sign. In normal situation, it looks as a regular sign, green, which gives distance to the next ramp or whatever. But as the queue built, the sign color change and the message on the sign change. And the idea now, this is a real-time application. The idea here is to warn drivers approaching the back of the queue or the shockwave that there is a queue building so that they can reduce the speed, because this is a typical location where rear-end crashes happen. So there are some applications already happening for this real-time concept. So we took all these concepts and we developed a system. This is the network of Central Florida, all the freeways, arterials, intersections. And we are updating this network this is working live as we speak for the last year now. It is taking all the data that I explained to you, huge database, it's processing every minute the crash potential or the crash risk at every segment and every intersection. It is displaying it for the operators where the worst locations in real time. We are also giving information about, say, this is a location which is high risk, then the operator can see the level of risk, can see the speed up and downstream, can see the volume of traffic, can even click the CCTV and see what is happening at this particular location, can also look at the weather for this location and the visibility. And we are also suggesting, an AI system is suggesting to the operator that the best solution to this location, for example, in this case, is again the combination of ramp metering and the variable speed limit, and also showing an animation of what will happen if this solution is implemented at this location at this time. As I mentioned, this is updated every minute using real-time data. What's happening in the background is that all this data is entering into algorithms. The algorithms is giving us a risk factor, which is displayed. And there is an AI system. There is also a decision support system that is telling the operator and the decision maker the real-time strategy as well as the long-term strategy. The same concepts we have implemented for mobility. You can see, for example, the same network here, and you can see the different sensors at the different segments and the sources of the travel time information. So, for example, there is the microwave detectors, there are the automatic vehicle identification. Some segments have also the Bluetooth detectors. Some segments might not have anything. So we are depending on the HERE data. Again, it's like a Google data. It's an app-based data. So it's a vehicle-based measurement rather than infrastructure-based measurement. We can take this every minute, but here I'm not showing every minute. I'm showing peak hour, off-peak hour, etc., to see for every direction what is the travel time index, which give us the congestion in real time. We can also look at the planning time index, which give us the reliability of the different parts of the segment. So, for example, on the right side, you can see that really in the PM peak hour, peak period, we have a lot of red, which means the network is mostly very unreliable, particularly the arterial. But this could be done at any increment, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. But again, it is the same source of data and the same concepts, but for operation. How much time do I have, Dr. Adwan?
You have about 6 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir. All right. One of the other measurements that I didn't talk about is the cameras. All what I showed now is data, but the camera feeds are very important data that we can do a lot of things with it. So you are familiar with these types of snapshots where it shows the bounding boxes around vehicles. However, we have developed a system that we are using drones for critical locations, and then using computer vision to actually measure the conflicts between vehicles. So of course, we are not going to wait a year with a drone to monitor crashes, but we can monitor conflicts, which are near misses or near crashes. And you can see on the right side, we flew the drone for intersections, for expressway, merging areas, for toll plazas. And we convert this, so this system we have used also for a DDI interchange in South Florida. We have used in many locations with very, very good results that give us basically where are the problem and where and what type of problem. And therefore we can proactively solve the problem. The problem could be very simple, could be a change in signal timing, for example. So this is another approach that we have been doing. But the real challenge, which is not you know, that most of the systems in the industry are used on these simplistic bounding box methods using specialized high definition cameras. We have used the drones, but the real challenge is what we are doing right now is we are using the CCTV cameras. Now, the problem with CCTV cameras is, number one, they are not high resolution. Number two, they move. But we have so much in our lab. We are accessing actually not 600 on only freeways. We are accessing about 1,000 live CCTV cameras. What we can do with these cameras is basically free because they are already there. We are not costing the transportation agency any more money because they already have CCTVs. What we are saying is that you can do more with these cameras for safety applications. But we are also avoiding the problems, which is an industry, which is a bounding box. Because if you're using a bounding box, you cannot do safety applications. You cannot do conflict studies if you are using a bounding box. So therefore, we are using three-dimensional detection, as you can see on the left side. This is an example of a study where we are looking into an interchange that has a problem with pedestrians and bicyclists. And you can see on the left side, yes, indeed, vehicles turning right on red, they have a conflict with the bicycle. You can see the bicycle now crossing the street. And if you look at the right side, here are the concentration of the problems where we have the most of the conflict problems between non-motorized and motorized. The solution is very simple. The solution is a signal change, no turn right on red, for example. And this is a study that could be done in 1 week rather than waiting years to do evaluation using crash data. We are taking this now, the CCTVs, into intersections where we can model the pedestrian behavior as they cross and as the conflicts are happening between pedestrians and vehicles. The objective here is what we call P2V, the pedestrian to vehicle communication, using apps in order to warn both the pedestrians and the vehicles. This is part of the connected vehicles concepts. You can see here also queue warning. What you're seeing on the left side is a queue building at a traffic signal. And on the right side, there is a driver approaching the back of the queue. You know that queuing is a problem in safety because the driver does not sometimes expect. What we are doing is that we are detecting the queue and we are sending it to the mobile phone of the driver. So the driver see the warning. The warning is removed now because the queue basically dissipated. The traffic started to move. But before, let me show it to you again. You will notice again that there is now a warning on the smartphone, and once the queue dissipates, the warning will be. This is basically what we call OBU emulation. Onboard unit in the vehicle that is not really the DSRC expensive onboard unit. It's basically an app on a smartphone that we developed to give warning for the driver in real time. We are using calculations in the cloud that is sent using 5G to the phones. So this is my last slide. So basically,
1 minute.
Yes, sir, I am almost there. So basically, the vision now, as I showed you, the system that is using big data, the vision now is all these computer vision applications to be also included in this system, so that we have the big data, we have the computer vision, as if basically to make it closer to your mind. We have 1,000 cameras in Central Florida. You have 1,000 eyes, experts looking at the network all the time and giving you either warnings or giving you solutions or being proactive in how we solve these problems. So my concluding remarks is we need to be more proactive in how we handle traffic, because basically we cannot keep up with our network. the key here is to use real-time data. We have data now coming to us from all, many sources, whether infrastructure or phones or we can do better in operation and safety by being more proactive, being more real-time. We can do more accurate prediction. Now we are using machine learning, so the accuracy is improving very much. Timely communication is important, either through connected vehicles, through smartphones, etc. And finally, the concepts of smart cities that we have developed in our university, with the first master's degree in smart cities in engineering in the US. That is now 2 years we have been offering that at the University of Central Florida. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Abdelati, for a very informative presentation, and thank you for putting UCF on the map. I think that with all your efforts and the exciting research that you're doing, really put us on the forefront of transportation research. So with that, I want to move over to the second presenter, Hamad Al-Afifi. The presentation title, Challenges and New Directions in Urban Transport in Abu Dhabi.
Yes.
He's directing all activities concerning traffic management in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi, various traffic management centers. Key member or headed the following initiatives: development of ITS plan for Abu Dhabi, development in GCC and UTCD, service control, delivery, incidents and events management committee, and also a work zone management team. I did have a chance, by the way, in one of my visits to Abu Dhabi to look at the TMC. It was new, and it's exciting to see that it's up and moving now under the leadership. So with that, I want to turn it over to Hamad.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me today in this virtual conference for urban transport sustainability. I would like to also thank the head of the federations, Dr. Atif as well. He's like a mentor to us since the beginning in Abu Dhabi and during the different safety initiatives in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Tislam Doctor. Well, I try to go ahead and share the presentation. Well, the presentation is about challenges and new directions in urban traffic and transportation in Abu Dhabi. I'll introduce myself. My name is Engineer Hamad Al-Afifi, Acting Director for Traffic Management Division in the Integrated Transport Center in Abu Dhabi. Of course, before I start, I thought that the presentation is in English, but in some words and keywords I could revert to Arabic, or if you would like me to conduct this presentation in Arabic, it is also fine with me. So which one would you like?
We have direct interpretation, so if you go in English, there will be an interpretation in Arabic and vice versa, whichever you decide on.
I'm fine with both. I'll go with the English due to the presentation itself.
Okay.
Well, first of all, the agenda of this presentation is to talk about the current transport system characteristics in Abu Dhabi, show the challenges in urban transportation, the growth and road transportation issues, what's the current roles and responsibility of the Traffic Management Center, the overall view of the Traffic Management Center and systems in place, the road user perception, master plans that address the challenges, and what are the solutions for planning implementation, and finally the new directions. As everyone might know, UAE is part of the Middle East GCC countries. Abu Dhabi is the capital of the United Arab Emirates, and it comprises mostly in terms of geographical space of the United Arab Emirates. We can see from those few photos, Abu Dhabi and the traffic way and the different road network structure, urban areas, and walkways. A few captures just to give you a hint of Abu Dhabi. Well, as a current transportation, we focus mainly on our vision, laws, regulation, policies, and government oversight and monitoring. What you can see from the presentation is we focus on modes of transportation in terms of moving people, then goods, infrastructure, and the technologies. Different modes of transportation being used, private transportation using cars, SUVs, and PTWs. Public transportation, which includes taxis, buses, not yet for the LRT and metro in Abu Dhabi. Carpooling and office minivans, on-call modes using e-car system and Uber. School transportation focus and educational, along with the educational sector, ensuring safety of students' mobility. Micro-mobility, and this includes bicycles, walking, and also the electric scooters. Goods movements are basically practiced on dedicated truck roads and shared normal roads at different peak timing and hours. The infrastructure based on standards, road network with different category classification of the road speeds, number of lanes and condition. Parking is one of the focus of parking infrastructure, and public transport infrastructure, including bus laybys, bus stops, and main stations, as well as the focus on work zones in urban areas, which is part of infrastructure development. The technologies we look at, as everyone is aware of, in the ITS, Intelligent Transportation System, from CCTV, variable message signs, parking systems, urban traffic control systems with a vast fiber optic network that connects the different intersections with the central or traffic management center and central system. Traffic counting stations in terms of microwave, radar-based technologies, and virtual technologies. Well, as everyone knows, the main challenge in urban transportation is that any city in the world starts with the increased growth of population, which leads to increased number of vehicles being registered and bought and driving in the road network, which also then goes to the concerned challenges in terms of congestion, safety concern, pollution, and fuel consumption. This will force different focus on building more infrastructure, like widening roads, and new technologies, and new modes, and then leading to more urbanization, and the cycle continues. And this leads, of course, if you look at the chart on the right side, top right, you'll see that when increasing number of lanes and volumes, even if you have over time, an increased capacity leads to increasing or widening the infrastructure, could also increase heavily the generated traffic expectation. And this is based on a study that's been done from Victoria, Department of Transport, and their Transport Policy Institute. Referring to that, most of the issues are all looked at congestion from recurring or non-recurring incidents, always involved with capacity, volume to capacities, accessibilities, weaving issues at different availability of transport modes, availability of parking infrastructures, safety of the public, efficiency of operation due to that recurring congestion, and the sustainability. In Abu Dhabi, it has been our main concern is always the bridges that connect the mainland with Abu Dhabi Island. We have 4 main bridges, and entering inbound and outbound traffic was having an increase of 4% of traffic from 2015 to 2019 every year. And this is talking to 2019. Of course, with the latest pandemic issue, you have noticed that traffic also reduced due to the different programs that are being put in place to ensure social distancing, schools being remotely, and also work remotely or working remotely. So these has reduced the traffic congestions during this period. The different roles of the Traffic Management Center, where this is my main domain, our main vision and objectives is basically to reduce congestion, enhance mobility, and improve road safety using different intelligent transportation technologies by using the same capacity and managing the traffic proactively through freeway management and through urbanized adaptive systems for urban areas using intersection points and traffic junctions through different urban traffic control systems being in place, talking to each other and adapting to the demand changes automatically. We do traffic monitoring and incident detection through the Traffic Control Center. We do incident management, congestion management. We plan events by having preparation for the events prior to the event occurrence. Then while the event, by putting these plans and monitoring the plan's implementation and taking any necessary lesson learned for even future from after that events. Such events includes the Formula One, the UFC, and multiple internal as well events like of even international events that are being hosted in Abu Dhabi, such as the Abu Dhabi or the UAE Tour cycling event that's being hosted every year. Operation of traffic control devices by monitoring those devices and taking full operational schemes. Tunnel systems, including SCADA systems and all MEP related to the tunnel life and safety equipment. Modeling and simulation to anticipate and predict the models of traffic congestion location in order to have different initiatives to improve the situation for next upcoming years to relieve the application. Statistical and big data using different analytical sensors and applications, maintaining and having the work zone management and traffic detour permitting systems. This is simply showing the structure. In Abu Dhabi, we have the Abu Dhabi Traffic Management Center, which is our core traffic management center. Newly established Al Ain TMC, which is a region within the Abu Dhabi Emirate, which is now having an increased growth and demand of traffic around it. We have satellite control centers that are being managing small areas, but being all integrated to the Abu Dhabi Traffic Management Center as the main hub for all traffic in Abu Dhabi region. Different tunnel control centers are also controlled and managed from the Abu Dhabi TMC, but we have it as business continuity plan, local controllers and SCADA systems. The traffic systems being used in Abu Dhabi, if you see from the right, we're talking about the normal urban traffic control system, which is controlling signalized junctions using adaptive systems. This in Abu Dhabi, right now, we're using two different central systems that covers Abu Dhabi Island and the different main cities in Abu Dhabi mainland. Using, of course, both of them local inductive loops, system loops, and exit loops for continuous real-time information and adaptive mode control. Traffic surveillance, we have in Abu Dhabi at every junction, 2 cameras to be diagonally to be monitoring the traffic junction in order to monitor and see how the UTC is behaving and following up in case there's any if we need to go back to any of these information for study and references. We have a DERB application, which is a single platform application where all the modes of transportation are being are being set on an integrated platform where you can access the bus schedule, you can access the taxi, you can book a taxi from it, you can check the parking underground facilities, availability, and the current real-time traffic information. We have portable variable message sign, which is used for construction areas, work zone areas, where a normal permanent variable message sign is not available or not placed in the right location. It is also used for different events needed for diverting or alerting the signs or alerting the traffic road users. Variable message signs, traffic data systems from different AMPR system using automatic number plate readers. We use microwave sensors, radar-based sensors being scattered around the main segments and road network in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. The TANA SCADA system, we have an incident management system, which is basically a road service patrol where we receive the incident, where we receive a request, dispatch the nearest available vehicle, and while continuously patrolling those specific segment of main roads in the road network of Abu Dhabi. The road work permit system that is being launched recently, a year ago, it for any traffic detours or work zone management, it's the requester sends through the online application or website to request his detour. It's being studied, and then a permit is being issued automatically to his email after being approved. And different traffic modeling systems, including the Synchro, Vism, and different micro simulation systems that are being used for analysis purposes and to support different planning decisions. Just to be quick, of course, all these are built up based on a user perspective requirement. Whenever we start doing any new initiatives, we have to ensure the availability of this, taking the road user perspective before developing any new requirement or mode or technology. Availability of it, because every user looks at main 6 elements. Before the trip, which is the availability of the different modes, the affordability of it, then which one is more efficient, which one is more convenient during his trip, and then later on after the trip, what are the perception or satisfaction after using that type of mode of transportation. Of course, to address these challenges, before that, Abu Dhabi has a vision. In that vision, the master plans or service transport master plans are being developed in line with that vision. And these master plans then having different initiatives being holistically addressing the urban transport challenges based on those master plans in Abu Dhabi. Of course, every master plan is to have an integrated multimodal strategic approach with giving a better quality of life for the residents and visitors to Abu Dhabi. As the economical development increases, the more tourists and visitors attend to Abu Dhabi. Hence, we want to ensure that their experience is met and satisfied. When we look about planning, integration, and deployment of latest technological advances in our transport sector is one of the main objectives in our planning and implementation for any solutions that is being in place for land use and transport integration. We look at intermodal transportation by having an initiatives for efficient and effective integrated model for a seamless mobility for the traffic users. We focus also on the walking and cycling infrastructure expansion, micromobility enablement, such as the electric scooters being used for commuting within the area or within a specific location from one point to another. Public transport initiatives, freight infrastructure to improve as Abu Dhabi is a hub for different logistical freight movements. smart parking initiatives, and the urban traffic management and traffic and freeway management. The clear vision for the future, as we said, that our direction is to look at the new transport capacity-wise, having smart interventions of improving the or maintaining and improving and enhancing the current ITS infrastructure, having targeted capacity enhancements, not just look into improvements and widening and focusing on the road infrastructure alone, but mainly having a more robust approach towards the improvements in Abu Dhabi, integration of connected autonomous vehicles, enhancement of the current UTC system and transportation surveillance, and use of different ITS and video surveillance technologies to improve the detection and support of big data approach. Of course, having the V2X progressive integration and looking forward to implementing such initiatives. Accessibility, availability by having a connected vehicles, mobility as a service, and a smarter public transport by having an on-demand public transport accessibility. Parking, having a smarter parking infrastructure and a smarter enforcement process to rely more on technologies and have more coverage of parking management than the normal traditional way. Safety, Abu Dhabi is looking to have or working on a Vision Zero initiative to have a strategic plan to reduce or eliminate impacts of injuries, fatalities on societies through the improving or having a lot of initiative integrated towards a zero vision safety plan. Community engagement to have safety principles of all segments in the society, including school children and buses, enhancing more smart enforcement and integration with the management systems, advanced technologies, looking at the efficiency of operation from introducing the mobility as a service to Abu Dhabi, mobility applications, direct personalized information dissemination into mobile phones and different mobile handheld devices, advanced intermodal and integrated modal transportation, advanced incident management system to have a more proactive incident management than waiting for a reactive measure, and focusing on sustainability from an electric, trying to engage more the electric side of an automotive industry, having an integration of public transport, promoting also more non-motorized transportation modes, and having a smart city development approach. Thank you very much, and I'll try to minimize my time. I hope I finished on time, Dr. Essam.
No, you finished on time. I'm sure you heard the beep in the background. That was the timer that I set. So you just made it for 20 minutes, and I appreciate being informative about all the exciting things that you're doing in the TMC, and secondly, of course, being on time. And I encourage all the participants to please put in questions. I haven't seen any yet, but believe it or not, I've got a bunch. So I'm going to ask you all these questions if I don't see any being on there. So with that, I want to move over to the following presentation. And it's titled Challenges and New Direction in Urban Transport in Abu Dhabi. Excuse me, towards improving traffic system safety and efficiency through ITS applications. And it's going to be delivered by Dr. Hassan Tahsin, who is, in my opinion, a good UCF alumni and a good friend. Professor Tahsin Abdul Wahab currently holds the position of Professor of Roads and Traffic in the Department of Public Works, Faculty of Engineering, Cairo University. Of course, he got his PhD from UCF in 2002 and worked as a consultant engineer in several American states. Professor Hassan has experience and research interests in traffic, pedestrian safety studies, road accident, and smart transportation systems to increase the efficiency of the transportation systems. Without further ado, I want to turn it over to Professor Tahsin.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to express my, I would say, happiness to be again with this group of talented people. And thank you, Dr. Arwan, for being the moderator for this session. Thank you, Dr. Atif. Thank you, Dr. Atif, because of my supervisor in old days, like in 2002. I'm here representing NAMAC Consult in Egypt. We're glad to have Dr. Sharaf, the chairman of our company. As Dr. Radwan said, I'm an academic experience of being a professor at Cairo University. My area of expertise is actually traffic safety. Working here in the Middle East could be challenging, I would say, rather than the US, because here you can have people working on highways and safety and bridges. There is no, I would say, someone that can represent himself or herself as a safety engineer, I would say. Recently, we were, as a consultant here in NAMAC Consult, starting to build what we call our niche in terms of ITS. We have a partnership with Tatweer led by Dr. Garib. We have done some work here in Egypt with the new development, especially the new capital or administrative capital. We've also done some work in one of the major roads, which is the Cairo-Alex Desert Road. The reason we are here is we are saying our way or our vision for smart cities in Egypt. NAMAC Consult itself is not limited to ITS only. We have, I would say, a big department working in asset management, of dealing with managing and operating all kind of assets effectively and in a smart way. We are in Saudi Arabia, almost the pioneer company for doing smart pavement management systems. And today our focus would be improving the traffic safety, the traffic system safety and efficiency through ITS. As we're going to see in the presentation, as you guys know, that like Cairo and Egypt are one of the most, I would say, not populated, but densely populated. Cairo is considered in 2018 as the second one in the world, densely populated city. We have a growing of about 2% in population. Government is doing a huge amount of effort to sustain the country. But as everybody lives in this world, you have limited resources in terms of I would say money, electricity, water, and other stuff. So we had the pleasure to, through Dr. Sharaf and NAMAC here, to promote the concept of a smart city in Cairo. We have been working now for, I would say, more than 3 years, showing people smart cities is not just to have a smartphone. Smart cities means that you have things that we call IoT or Internet of Things sensors that collect data from everybody and try to analyze and to manage the assets. And when we say assets here, it's going to be assets in terms of infrastructure, because this is our area of expertise at NAMAC. One of the reasons we are doing here in Cairo is we started collecting some data from citizens, and this is sometimes it's very difficult because people not usually easy to collect information from citizens. But to imagine how important is this subject to us in Egypt here, we had like last year a questionnaire with a group of citizens, and one of the I would say not silly question, but one of the questions that it was to the point is we have asked the people on the questionnaire, would you live 1 hour without internet? Everybody say no. And said the next question we said, would you live for 1 hour without electricity? They said yes. So end up with this questionnaire that almost in Egypt, no Egyptian can live without internet for more than 1 hour. we had here, or have here, the government in Cairo working on relocating the population of Cairo, which is about 20 million people, to the east side of the Cairo, in which we call the new capital. The new capital, if you imagine the circle of Cairo, this one here, we have about, the Cairo is about radius of 16 kilometers. For the US people, it's about 10 miles, the circle here, okay? So everybody is working, is living and working in this zone. The government now is moving to the east, which we call it the new capital, where all kind of smart cities activities is there. Although at this time, they didn't start yet on implementing the systems, because they are now in the process of construction, the civil works in terms of cut and fills and site grading and start putting building up. But they are working now in a 2-hour terms of reference to start a project with ITS. NAMA is leading in this project. For who is not familiar with Egypt or the new Cairo capital, the new Cairo capital is located about 35 kilometers east of Cairo. The total area is about 170,000 hectares. The new capital lies between the two regional roads. We have here in Cairo two ring roads. One we call it the Cairo Ring Road, this one, and we call the other one the Regional Ring Road. And to know how the challenge in this project, the target population is about 6.5 million capita. And usually when the government announced for 6.5, as we go, this figure increase about with at least 20%. So actual target would be 10 million people. We have in this new capital about 650 kilometers of roads. We have an international airport. So actually facing, I'm not going to get challenging, but a big investment for people or for companies, especially like us as an engineering company. In addition to the new capital, we have some work done in what we call the New Alamein, in the north coast of Egypt. We had developed a smart system for the infrastructure, including the sewers system, that you can monitor what we call the 4D system, comparing the actual running constructed plans against the target plans. Our effort in Cairo here was not limited to the government, but the developer here in Cairo, usually, like if you're not familiar with Egypt again, people here usually deal with real estate as one of their direct investment. If you ask any Egyptian here, how would you invest your own money? He or she would say, I would put it in a real estate, either apartment or twin house or so on. So the developers themselves, the private developers themselves, started hiring people or hiring consultants to come up with what we call smart homes, smart energy management, connected city, in which the developer itself connect its subdivisions in Egypt together, and so on. The area that we consider ourselves as a pioneer here in Egypt is as an NAMA team, is the smart traffic and smart utilities for a safe city. This is what we call, when we start talking with an agency or a government or a developer about the ITS or what we call the intelligent transport systems, maybe everybody is now talking about the smart city. People in old days, when I say old days, it was in, I would say, 2010, people wouldn't hear about the Google Maps or this all over the world. Now everybody is moving or driving his way or her way by the traveler information and traffic management schemes. This is our, I would say, experience in Egypt to give you idea about how we are facing a situation. Based on the previous studies, we came up with some figures just to let you know how important is the ITS to Cairo and the Egyptian. And for this reason, the government is putting a lot of funds or investment in this area. And I believe if some of the attendants or participants are engineering consultants or maybe suppliers, it would be a good idea to target Egypt at this time, at this point of time. if you look at the studies we have just in the downtown of Cairo, in order to have a place for your car to leave your car parking or underground garages, you would waste about at least 15 minutes to 20 minutes just waste of your time. And we had a survey to a state preference survey to know the opinion of people for having this smarter system. About almost 95% of the citizens said yes, we do need this. When we compare the traffic congestion overview in Cairo, in Cairo, we have loss of about 3.6 on the GDP of the country. When you compare this with Jakarta, you're going to see it's 0.6 and New York is 0.1. And this is what we feel we need to have something to drop this point 3.6 to less than 1. And this is actually one of the government objective at this moment. We looked at the waste of the waste and economic waste, I would say, due to congestion. It ended up with being annual of 47 billion Egyptian pound. And who is not familiar with the currency in Egypt, the $1 is about, the $1 is about 16 Egyptian pound. So we're talking about huge amount of money waste and congestion, and this only for Greater Cairo. And we looked at the type of the delay. We found like 40% is recurring and 60% of not recurring. And usually the non-recurring one, when we investigated more, it starts with a big accident in one of the main roads, like the Ring Road, and it end up due to the absence of well-managed ITS, because we actually have some of the ITS systems here for the Ministry of Interior or the police department, but it's usually used for security purposes, not for operation. But now the government, through the Ministry of Communication, start announcing project for doing management for roads in Cairo. If you look at the three figures here, everybody knows now we have added a lot of kilometer of roads in the last 10 years, and we improved the rank of Egypt in terms of road indices. But if you look at in terms of numbers of fatalities, it's going down, number of accidents going down. However, the degree of fatality is going up. And this is another safety issue, that although the number of accidents all over Egypt started to go down, the level of fatality goes up. And this is actually due to people in the new roads start driving more faster, I would say, maybe in a weather that doesn't is not quite good for them to drive safely. So this sag, I would say, up again. This is what we bothered us, or kind of like our concern, and we started communicating this concern with the government. And as you're going to see in one of our projects with Tatweer, that it was last year as an initiative from the government, and now it's under the process for being a project. When we call about the possibilities for ITS here in Cairo, I would say endless possibilities. Everybody here even talk about the inter-border transport. Like Cairo, like Egypt, as you know, almost from every side of the country, we have troubles. Like in the west, we have Libya needs reconstruction again. Sudan needs a lot of project. In the east, we have Palestine and Iraq and Syria, which needs all of new construction. So we are now in the process of doing projects for how we can facilitate the transport for commodities from Egypt, especially cements, to all over to the surrounding nations. So the government put some of established what we call the smart system protocols that meet the highest international standard. They put some figures, as we're going to see in this slide. They start looking about people or for field equipment, starting from the vehicle detector, the automatic number plate recognition systems, and speed detectors, and then turns to real-time. This is what we see now is a proposal from our company that we are translating the engineering, I would say not engineering, as the government vision into engineering tools. So we start from how to collect data and then how to analyze, building algorithms, and then having a centralized database and data processing. Maybe the challenging here, it's I would say the overlap sometimes from security purposes and the operation of traffic. But again, was when the government decided to solve this, I would say, duplicate. We have now, I would say, protocol between the different agencies in Egypt to make this happen. I'm going to share now a few slides that for a project led with Tatweer last year. This is one of the, I would say, the pioneer project in Cairo. Even the President Sisi is pushing this up. We have, I would say, a 20 corridor in Egypt that everybody knows. And I mean, everybody knows in Egypt. This start with phase number 1, which was included 6 corridors with a total amount of 1,000 kilometers, which about, I would say, 600 miles. The cost of this phase was about 2 billion Egyptian pounds, included one of the trunk road, I would say, which is the Cairo-Alex Desert Road, which is the main road between Cairo and Alexandria. Alexandria is the second populated city in Egypt. It's going to the least one was to install the free flow tolling systems. Although it may be this technology it's known all over the world, but the size of implementation in Egypt is different because you are dealing with a country with a 100 million population. So I would say it needs more effort to consider. We have also put some of the KPIs for this project through the cooperation with the government agency. They want to, one of their concern was the response time for any incident, especially accident, because usually, I'm not going to say the usual, but what you say here, what you see here in Cairo, when it gets rainy or gets accident, you feel people the motorists themselves start getting panic, and everybody start to apply what we call the user optimal, finding his way or her way. But the government now is kind of like through disseminating information and kind of like doing management plans. So the things is getting better. We also have they set a target of lowering down the accident rate by half. And one of also the target is not just is not to collect traffic violation in terms of money, but they want to reduce the traffic violation itself. So actually, the vision for the government with ITS, it changed from just being some people, like in the old days, consider the violation as a source of money for the agency, which would end up like, we said to them, no. Even if you collect a violation in terms of money from the citizen, this is not the right way for the economic. So we actually have done a lot of work with the company through NAMAT to change this idea in the company. Dr. Radwan?
Professor Hassan.
Time is running, Dr. Radwan?
2 minutes. Yeah, it's just a warning, 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Let me share this this effort that done led by Tatweer and other friends and other partners company in Germany. We have created a concept design for the ITS for the highways in Egypt, as you see here, and we end up with doing what we call this plan led by designed by our partner Parsons Dubai, for having the locations for ITS devices. This project was led by Tatweer. We spent a lot of time last year, And for some reasons, we are not clear to us, the project was delayed, but there are some news now again that the project is back again. In addition to this, our project were not limited just for ITS in terms of managing traffic. We have now a project for building or creating, I would say, establish a business entity, an Egyptian business entity similar to, I'm not going to say similar, but in kind of like at the same path of Uber and Careem. And the Egyptian Congress, I would say, Parliament has issued laws for this. So we're in a process for demonstrating or doing more project related to ITS. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry if I'm being late or delayed in my presentation.
No, you finished on time, Professor Hassan. You heard the bell again. So thank you very much for, again, very informative, and being away from Egypt for a long time, I'm always eager to learn more about what's going on there. So I appreciate your presentation. And again, I encourage all of you to please take advantage of our presenters here to put on questions on the Q&A. With that, I want to move over to the next presenter, who will be talking about real-time traffic management. And I hope I will pronounce his name right, Sonal Ahuja. He has over 20 years experience in the acquisition and management of transport infrastructure design, VR and AR applications for infrastructure industry, ITS transport planning, modeling big data management, AI, real-time data fusion, real-time traffic prediction, control and research projects, and clients in Europe, Africa, Middle East, as well as India. He delivered research projects involving traffic simulation, road safety, strategic modeling, and transport economics. And he also did a lot of work with connected and autonomous cars business development, rail and light transport modeling, and also some virtual reality and other exciting new technologies. So that I would like to turn it over to Sonal.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. A good evening to everybody. Thank you so much for your wonderful introduction. I hope that this presentation is able to keep you awake as well, and it becomes interesting. So thank you, Dr. Atif, for being able to invite us to this very interesting forum. I have been listening to a lot of really interesting presentations since morning. A lot of them have really talked about big data. I think in this session, only the first presentation, which was presented by University of Central Florida, was really, I think so, in my opinion, very, very invigorating. Probably they have been doing similar stuff, and it's so, I would say, encouraging to see that, 2-3 different units across the world all trying to solve the same problem. So, okay, they just got frozen for a minute. So, okay, so just a quick introduction about what we are and what we do. Essentially, this presentation that I'm going to talk to you about is created using some of, it's basically about real-time prediction tools which we have developed, and that has been developed in collaboration with INRO. Now, INRO is known around the world for producing traffic modeling software such as M, Dynamic, and CityFi. And Sonovatech's focus is on software development and creating digital twins. So what Sonovatech has been doing is creating detailed simulation models that you can use not just for visualization, but for decision-making purposes. And often we were asked that, okay, can we convert these models so that we can predict them to a very high degree in real time? Now, one of the purposes why you would like to create a digital twin of an existing city is to test all your strategies virtually. And when we talk about strategies, it's everything to do with operations, everything to do with infrastructure maintenance, everything to do with event management. There was a talk by General Afifi before, and he talked about how they are managing their infrastructure and making decisions in real time. So we wanted to create a tool which could work at a microscopic level in real time. One of the big advantages of having this tool is that if you have such a tool, it accelerates the deployment of connected autonomous vehicles. Now, these CAVs require a huge amount of data, and sometimes it's actually dangerous to deploy them in real world environment, or you cannot actually recreate real world environments easily, such as an accident and so on and so forth. So the motivation for this entire project was, can we use it for CAV testing? Can we use the tools so that we can simulate real world conditions faster than real time, recreate multiple scenarios, and then actually inform infrastructure of what is happening. So we have done a lot of work around the globe. However, this tool has been developed in collaboration with our offices, which are based in London and in New Delhi. And we have just started to apply the very first, I would say, deployment of this tool in some of the smart cities in India. Recently, India had got a huge program to unroll and develop their infrastructure. I have been to Cairo, and for those of you who haven't been to India but maybe have been to Cairo, the situation is somehow similar. However, the smaller Indian towns have even more challenges because you have got large variety of mixed of traffic and complete lack of lane discipline. So when you have standardized tools for simulating, it becomes really tough to model those scenarios. Now, that's been our team. We have been working with the INRO leadership and also our own team as well, which has been looking at how we can integrate those models in real time itself. I'm not going to talk about INRO, but their products have been used almost around the globe. So M models have been deployed for a very, very long time, and they have been used by many, many organizations. However, they have developed a new product called Dynamic, which allows us to look at microscopic simulation of traffic or mesoscopic simulation of traffic. Now, one of the key differences of this particular tool is that you can use it to simulate very rapidly in congested networks. And across the globe, various authorities and consultants are already aware of this particular product. So when we wanted to develop something, we didn't want it to create like a new rocket. Sometimes it's easier to salvage parts of existing toolkits and then to create something new out of it. And when we look at the city problems, most of our cities have got multiple problems, all around the world. Now this picture is from New Delhi, taking congestion. We've got accidents that lead to blockages of road. There are planned road works which have got a problem. We know the problem due to emergency vehicles getting stuck in traffic and the increase of emission and pollutions. So we wanted to create a tool which would address all these problems kind of simultaneously. And also different technologies have been in place addressing these problems of haphazard urban population, growth of congestion, increased time on road, increased emission, leads to increase of cost. So can we not create an objective function around cost itself so as to minimize the time that people spend on the road, reduce emissions, reduce congestion, and thereby lead to more sustainable cities? Now, what did we have? And this slide may look very familiar. I'm not going to go over a lot of details because the first presenter talked about the real-time data and the big data. This is very similar to what Abu Dhabi has got as well. A lot of Bluetooth sensors, Wi-Fi data. There is data from CCTV detectors, real-time counts, traffic signals, in-car navigation systems. However, something which is very, very important is in UAE especially, or most of the countries in Middle East, which we lack, is that getting the data from the telephone operator. Sometimes we get it, but sometimes it's not available or it is very, very expensive. And it becomes difficult to use this data, which is kind of quite easily available, or you can purchase it in Europe. So we wanted to come up with a solution that, okay, how can we replace this data? And we went in collaboration with the MIT Smart Labs in Boston, who were actually creating an app to develop platform to collect travel diary data to do household travel diary surveys. And they were using various multiple sensors of the mobile phone, not just the GPS, but other sensors such as the pedometer and gyro and the Bluetooth sensors, all working together so as to get a much better location of what the individual is doing or what his planned journey is. So that application became central to understand what people are doing, because one of the benefits of having an integrated predictive platform is that you can give these messages to people. And when you give messages to people, they use it via their mobile phone device. And if they're using it via their mobile phone device, you can use their information of their locations to give them better quality service. So all these sources we are collecting in real time, almost at 1 minute resolution. And what we had was, in many of our cases, we had a strategic model, which was of the whole city. Because a whole cities, so far, if you want to model the whole thing, you require something strategic in nature. And even if you have an activity-based model, which is looking at daily activity patterns, these activity assignments are allocated as packets or as dots, more or less. And we also have got real-time information of the network from data and counts, which are available. And we got demographic data and offline survey, some data sets may be offline. Now we combine all of them to create a simulation model, which is done in the dynamic software. And as I said, the biggest benefit of us to choose dynamic or other pieces of KIT was that you could model really large networks fairly rapidly. So the time it takes to create, validate, calibrate, and roll out a model could be dramatically fast, and the model could converge as well. And then there was a problem of how perhaps, for example, the traffic managers and the city planners, how do they really work? And if you look at in today's world, it's not just the traffic data consumers are not just traffic managers sitting in an ITS department or a city planner, but there's a third dimension to it, which is a mobility as a service operator. We had been in talks with Kareem over here in UAE, and when I went and saw the data that they had, it was completely, I would say, I was amazed with the fact that how much data these guys are currently storing. Now, whether they are using our principles of transport modeling to make sense out of it or not, that's a different story. But these guys have got heaps of data, and also heaps of data which allows them to understand people's willingness to pay for a service as well, because that's how they price for their goods. So we got real-time data. We have got demand variation from the traffic manager. He knows the network status, he knows the traffic signal timings, and he knows everything about his assets. And the city planner and modeler can apply the strategic plans and predict the future based on some geographic or land use transportation trends. And then he can integrate long-term forecasts to happen. And the mobility of a service guy, he has got his fleet and he has got to serve the demand. And sometimes he's competing, but sometimes he's complementary to public transport. However, these three guys have not been talking to each other, or ladies, they have not been talking to each other. And we wanted to solve all of this problem through one common tool. So that was the birth of Sonovatec Tejan, Sonovatec Inro Tejan, which is optimizing the city network and mobility as a service based on artificial intelligence-based real-time model. Now it's AI-based because it learns from the past trends and it predicts the forecasted traffic, not just on the basis of a static transport model only, but based on machine learning algorithms, essentially a modified genetic algorithm. So what we tried to do was combine the understanding of current state of traffic, the fact that traffic signals and journeys needs to be synchronized, and then be evaluated to forecast the current state of traffic with respect to traffic management scenarios, with any type of traffic control, which may be there, any type of infrastructure, and combine it with the data of fleet of the mobility of the service providers so that you can give them real-time information and give them real benefit to the user itself. So when you are waiting for Uber, you know, your time is reduced. And of course, if your time is reduced, you like the service, you give 5 stars, and people like Uber or Kareem may also benefit from the fact that, okay, they have given you the service straight away. Now, one of the choice for when going down onto the mesoscopic or microscopic level for us was that we knew that if you have a static aggregate model, and you get aggregate results or aggregate KPIs. Now, these V by C ratios, which you get, sometimes are very hard for people to understand in terms of, okay, where is the Q, what's the density, what's the speed? There are many issues with a macroscopic model. Like, for example, you cannot distinct between the speeds on various lanes on the same link. Also, if you are testing high occupancy roads or bus lanes, etc., they are not easily modeled. Most macroscopic models, they disregard blocking back or congestion spillback. And then again, if you have to produce coordination of traffic signals, you have to go down to a completely different tool set once again. And then real-time allocation of demand of the specific fleet is difficult to manage because you cannot introduce these agents to model mobility as a service easily. So we wanted to model all of this dynamically, and our answer was to create something which was a combination of dynamic traffic assignment model combined with real-time data, superimposed with traffic infrastructure information, having a layer of mobility as a service operator and the controller in the ITS control room as well. And central to the creation of all of this information was real-time data collected from various sources, fused together through pattern recognition and AI algorithms so that you can get an offline model as well, and also a real-time online model, which is mesoscopic in nature, where you can test strategies instantaneously faster than real-time. The dashboards of the model are very similar to any type of outputs you get from a transport model. However, these dashboards we tried to create in a way that they are HTMLized so that you can view them over a browser or over a mobile phone. When you log into the morning, you know how your network is performing, how many tons of CO2 you are producing, and where are the congestion hotspots and whatnot, and where you predict that congestion hotspots would occur. As an input, the inputs are same as the strategic model, which needs to go in. So you have some, it's not purely synthetic model. It's based on some sort of a transport land use relationship that you create, and you validate it with the real-time data. That goes into production of an M and a dynamic model. Now the dynamic model then gets combined with the fusion data so as to produce the short-term and long-term forecasts. In sense, what some of the core components of the modules are is there's a data fusion engine, there's a short, medium, and long-term prediction tool, there's a mobility as a service optimization tool, a traffic data warehouse, a prediction dashboard, a journey planner, and traffic signal optimization tool. So if a city doesn't want maybe to have a mobility as a service layer, or if somebody who's only interested in mobility as a service, they can only opt for this and they don't need to buy the whole lot. But the idea is that the city guys use all the various tool sets which are available. And a lot of standard reporting, I would say, dashboards which are available were all available both at the strategic as well as at the mesoscopic level. So the core thing has been that, okay, has been also visualization. You know, if we can visualize these vehicles, then can we then produce them into the digital twin as well? Now, one of the best things of dynamic traffic assignment was that you could test these details such as individual vehicles, car following logic, lane changes and whatnot, and also connected autonomous vehicles as well. So you could easily feed in the data which is required to look at, okay, if I've got 25% CAVs or 80% CAVs, what will be the impact of that traffic on my city? And actually these CAVs are not just looking at sensor information outside, but looking at the whole route information. They know which route is best for them to go to so as to minimize not only their travel times, but what will it be the best for the whole system network optimum as well. As well. It's a very detailed slide, but it is available to you so you can review that. Essentially, what we have done is that converted the classical model into a real-time, validation model, and the real-time model is updating every 3 minutes in real time so as to give you KPIs And the most important thing is that it is based on filling the gaps using machine learning and genetic algorithms itself. So the real-time and prediction gives you long-term forecasts, which are up to 3 to 5 days or even 6 months or a year validated. Also, the model updates in real time. So it is constantly providing you the calibration and validation measures, and it automatically becomes better as time goes by. Those KPIs, which are to do with speed, delays, queues, are also validated as well because you pick up this information in real time. So if you have got, let's take a city network and everything is going normal, maybe this is the best optimum route. But let's imagine that there's an accident over here, that this route is no longer the best. The model predicts that something else needs to be done. It provides information to the ITS operators, okay, change the routes, and by a click of a button, you have the interface going back into the ITS infrastructure, which allows you to change the traffic infrastructure in real time. So the whole purpose of Tejan has been to reduce delays. Tejan, by the way, is a Sanskrit word which means very fast or something which is very bright. And that's what we wanted this model to be. We want it to be extremely fast. We want it to be bright and intelligent so as to save time for everybody, for people on road, for planners, for ITS operators, so that they can make effective decisions. And also you can optimize your traffic signals in not just based on historical data, but looking at library of results which you can use in the future time, in the real time. Now, including a dashboard for mobility as a service operators, or guys nowadays, for example, the biggest traffic on the road are delivery guys, and of course a lot of them are maybe making dead trips, or are not allocating it to the best possible way as well. So our focus has been to create something very specific for these mass operators so that they can assign their fleet in real time on the best possible locations and maximize minimize their wastage and maximize their demand as well. So there are certain core parameters, such as you want to optimize the electric energy consumption for vehicles. You want to minimize your dead vehicle kilometers. You can run these parameters as a derivative or a defined function, and the model would optimize based on those values. You can test scenarios, you can make infrastructure decisions, and that all helps you save money and serve your demand in a better way based on scenarios itself. The journey planner comes as an embedded element to it, and that's kind of very useful because when we are giving information about how people can plan their journeys, we also take information from them on how they are traveling from A to B, and also we use their locations as well. So data fusion using multiple sensors can be captured, and that's been central as well. The journey planner is completely multimodal, including walk trips, which are extremely important, cycle trips, where the location of your electric scooter is located, all of that, how many scooters are located, all of that is also available. And you just enter your origin and destination, and you select whatever modes you want to go by or you don't want to go by. And it tells you the time that you need to allow on transfer spots so that you can optimize your trip and you can go from A to B straight away. So what does the tool do? First of all, the tool gives you real-time data. This, by the way, is the simulation output, which you see. And when you create a digital twin, it's almost like a photocopy of the real world. This is not a video that's playing. So you can test options in real time, and you can test scenarios of how that would work. Now we are using, this can also be converted into virtual reality. So if somebody wants to see, oh, I want to see how my system would look in future, you just don't need to visualize on a screen, but you could wear a virtual reality headset and you could be immersed in that future environment. We did a project with Hariba Moira in UK, where we are converting heaps of urban data into a complete urban virtual reality lab for a test bed in the city of Coventry. So this is what the tool really does. It gives you real-time KPIs, real-time visualization as well, which is very, very detailed, going to the nth degree of detail. It gives you current states of roads, public transport, and mobility as a service. Everything is integrated properly together, and you can have a small city or a large city. There is no limit on the type of data that we can handle. It, of course, gives you a platform for testing traffic management strategies and forecasting the current state of traffic. And quite importantly, with Dr. Atif, when I was first involved in a project, it was all about emergency response. So that has been the central to it. How can we make sure that emergency services can go to an area immediately? How can we make sure that we can save the life of our loved ones if they are stuck in traffic and some people do need to get over there? That function is the core optimization route as well. And last but not the least, optimizing fleet and public transport and mobility as a service operator has been one of the most important functions. Because in the end, we are all humans and we are only looking for one thing, that is seamless journey planning for us and our loved ones based on our preferences in real time. And that's what Sonova Teijin with INRO embedded principles really is able to deliver today. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sonal. Very informative presentation. And as you mentioned, you know, it complemented what Dr. Abdelati presented in the first presentation, how we are using microsimulation and discrete event simulation into testing new concepts, traffic operations, traffic safety. One thing that perhaps Dr. Ati failed to, well, not failed, but maybe because of time and limited time, didn't mention in his presentation is the human-centered simulation. At UCF, we have numerous driver simulators, and he's done a lot of work in that area and continue to do work. And back in the old days, we used to think of driving simulators as a research tool only, but it has come a long way now that you can test new concepts and new ideas without going into the real world and take the risk of that. And as a matter of fact, I encouraged Dr. Atif Gharib, and I mentioned it to him, and he himself mentioned a couple of times that Tatweer should get into acquiring one and using it to test all new concepts. So with that, I want to move over to the last presentation of this afternoon program, and that will be delivered by Professor Muhammad Fathi Arif. The title is Introduction to the Egyptian Standards for Smart Cities. Professor Arif works as a professor of urban planning at the National Center of Housing and Building Research in Cairo, affiliated with the Ministry of Housing, Utilities, and Urban Communities. He's a chairman of the Permanent Committee for the Egyptian Code for the Foundations, Requirements, Planning, Management, Operation, and Sustainability of Smart Cities. He graduated and earned his academic degree since 1982 until holding the position of research professor with more than 35 years of domain experience. Professor Muhammad is holding a degree in city planning and master's in rates and planning standards. And he's got a superb, really, history of work and research and planning. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Muhammad Arif.
أشكرك جدا دكتور عصام، وأنا مش عارف إذا كنا شايفين البرزنتيشن ولا لأ. هل واضح البرزنتيشن؟
Yes, I can see it.
أشكر حضرتك جدا على المقدمة ديت، وكمان أحب أشكر اتحاد المهندسين العرب، واسمحوا لي إن أنا هتكلم باللغة العربية، وأشكر الدكتور عصام شرف على هذه الدعوة الكريمة وشركة تطوير. أنا في موقف صعب إن أنا آخر عرض، وده بيلقي عليا مسؤولية كبيرة إنه يكون عرض مفيد مثل العروض السابقة، وأتمنى إنه يكون مفيد لينا جميعا. العرض هيتكلم على جزئين أساسيين، جزء بيتكلم على المدن الذكية المستدامة، وجزء بيتكلم على كود أنظمة النقل الذكية. فالجزء الأولاني أنا هستعرضه سريعا. الكود ده بالفعل صدر في مصر باعتماد وزير الإسكان والمرافق. الجزء احنا هنعمله 3 أجزاء. الجزء الأول بيتكلم على المدن الجديدة المستهدف اللي تكون ذكية، وكمان الكود في جامعة الدول العربية اللجنة الدايمة لكودات البناء العربية اعتبرته المسودة الأولى للكود العربي، وهيتم توزيعه على 22 دولة للحصول على ملاحظاتها، بحيث انه يبقى كود متماشي مع ال 22 دولة عربية. لو بدأنا نتكلم ايه هي مفهوم المدن المستدامة الذكية، هو بيحاول انه يعرف ان كان في مدينة رقمية تحولت لمدينة إلكترونية افتراضية معرفية، وفي الآخر كلنا بنتكلم من الصباح لغاية دلوقتي على المدينة المستدامة الذكية. طيب المدينة المستدامة الذكية أهداف الأمم المتحدة 17 في نمرة 11 منها اللي هي مدن ومجتمعات محلية بتتوفر فيها تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات. محددات المدن الذكية، المدن المستدامة الذكية حوالي 6 محددات، منها الأهداف، الدعم السياسي، وده من أهم ما يكون زي ما شفنا العرض اللي قبل السابق على العاصمة الإدارية. العاصمة الإدارية هي موجودة من زمان، الفكرة موجودة، لكن بوجود الدعم السياسي أصبحت أمر واقع. كمان بيتكلم المدن المستدامة الذكية على جودة الحياة والتحضر والذكاء والاستدامة. يبقى نقدر نقول المدينة المبتكرة تستخدم تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات، تعمل على تحسين جودة الحياة، رفع كفاءة إدارة العمليات، لها القدرة على المنافسة مع تلبية أو ضمان احتياجات الأجيال القادمة المقبلة. لكن عناصر مكونات المدن الذكية هنلاقيها تتكلم على بنية أساسية ومنظومة النقل الذكي، بالإضافة لباقي البنية الأساسية من طاقة ونظام صرف صحي وأمن ومباني ذكية وحكومة ذكية ونظام تعليم ذكي. لكن مفيش مدينة في العالم النهاردة بتضم كل عناصر المدينة الذكية، ولكن هنلاقي مدن العالم بتتميز في بعض هذه العناصر. أهمية الكود المدن الذكية في مصر، إحنا ابتدينا ندخل في مدن الجيل الرابع في مصر، عندنا عدد كبير من المدن، ولقينا اجتهادات كتيرة بتتم من شركات كتيرة، وبالتالي وزارة الإسكان قالت إن إحنا نبدأ نعمل كود موحد بمرجعية فنية موحدة للجميع نشتغل منها وننطلق منها كلنا. كانت مهام اللجنة إن احنا هنعمل 3 أجزاء. الكود الأول وده صدر بالمدن الجديدة، وده كان الأسهل عشان في صراع في مصر دلوقتي بإنشاء مدن جديدة، لكن الجزء الثاني خلال الفترة القليلة القادمة هنبتدي نحول المدن القائمة المؤهلة إلى مدن ذكية، ونعمل كمان كود لمؤشرات الأداء اللي هي الكي بي ايز. المجال التطبيق احنا بنتكامل مع هيئة، طبعا في الأول كان مع هيئة المجتمعات العمرانية الجديدة بصفتها هي المسؤولة والمكاتب الاستشارية، وبنحط كمان ان التيو ار لما تطرح مشاريع يتضمن فقرة ان الرجوع والالتزام بالكود المصري للمدن الذكية حسب نوع المشروع اللي بيطرح على المكاتب الاستشارية. الكود بيتكون من 8 فصول. إدارة العمران بيتكلم على المبنى المستدام الذكي، المتطلبات العمرانية للمدن الذكية، الحوكمة الذكية، الاقتصاد الذكي. وبالنسبة للبنية الأساسية بيتكلم على الميكنة المتكاملة باستخدام الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، أنظمة النقل الذكي، أنظمة شبكات الكهرباء الذكية، المياه والصرف الصحي، وبيجمع بينهم التكامل بين الأنظمة الذكية المختلفة، بحيث إن مش كل شركة هتيجي تشتغل في أي مجال من المجالات دي إلا لما يكون متكاملة مع بعضها من حيث الذكاء أو الأنظمة اللي هي بتستخدمها. أي أنظمة موجودة، إحنا المبنى بيتكون من 4 أنظمة رئيسية: أنظمة تشغيل خدمات المبنى، الأنظمة الأمنية، مركز المعلومات، الحماية من الحريق. المبنى ده لما يكلم المبنى اللي جنبه يبقى إذا بقى مبنى ذكي. مجموعة المباني دول مع بعضهم بيكونوا المدينة. المدينة بتتكون المرافق الذكية فيها من إدارة الجراجات وأنظمة النقل والطاقة الذكية والإنارة والمياه الذكية والمخلفات ومراقبة البيئة والأنظمة. لكن كل ده مربوط بحاجتين: مركز التحكم والسيطرة الأمني اللي هو التريبل سي، ومركز تحكم المدينة اللي هو السي او سي. والسي او سي التريبل سي ده موجود في مصر بعدد قليل قوي، لكن مركز تحكم المدينة السي او سي ده موجود في كل مدينة ذكية هيكون فيها مركز تحكم المدينة، بحيث ان جميع الأنظمة بتربط مع المركزين دول. المهام الأساسية لمركز التحكم، أول حاجة إن إحنا بناخد كل البيانات لكل حاجة، سواء إعلانات، إدارة مخلفات، مرافق ذكية، نقل، كله بيصب في من خلال شبكة الاتصالات والمعلومات أو اتصالات سلكية ولا سلكية، وبيصب في المنصات الرقمية. المنصات الرقمية بتبتدي تحلل البيانات، ودي بتدينا فرصة للتعرف على الفجوة السوقية والفرص الاستثمارية. وأخيرا بيبقى الوسائل المتاحة لإتاحة الخدمات من خلال مراكز خدمات المدينة أو التطبيقات الموجودة على التليفون المحمول. هرجع تاني وأكد إنه التكامل ده بيتم من منظومة تشغيل إدارة خدمات المدينة. إحنا عندنا جزئين، اللي هو الرقم الموحد للطوارئ الأمنية والرقم الموحد لطوارئ المرافق، من خلال مركز السيطرة والتحكم من خلال مركز إدارة المدينة. دول العناصر الأساسية اللي ابتدينا نبني عليها الفكر اللي نعمله في كل حاجة عايزين نعملها داخل المدينة الذكية. أنا همشي بسرعة على موضوع مفاهيم قطاع النقل وأنظمة النقل الذكية. إحنا عندنا مجموعة تساؤلات. إيه المعالجات التقليدية السابقة لحل مشكلة النقل؟ هل آتت بالنتائج المرجوة منها؟ طيب الاتجاه للالتزام بكود أنظمة الذكية، هل هو العصا السحرية اللي هتحل مشاكل النقل في المدن القائمة؟ طب مين الجهات اللي بتكون مسؤولة عن تخطيط وإدارة وتشغيل منظومة النقل الذكي المستدام؟ الدائرة المفرغة لتحديات النقل احنا عارفينها كلنا، من اول الامتدادات العمرانية وزيادة الطلب الحجم على النقل وتدني مستوى النقل الجماعي والنقص المادي او الدعم المادي للنقل الجماعي وارتفاع معدلات استخدام السيارة وازدحام شبكة الطرق ونقص في اماكن انتظار السيارات وصعوبة توفير مسارات للمشاة والدراجات. احنا حاولنا في كود أنظمة النقل الذكي نحل أو نجاوب على مجموعة المشاكل الموجودة دي. التحديات اللي موجودة، عندنا تحديات عمرانية، ما فيش مخططات معتمدة كتير لمعظم المدن، تحديات فنية، ما فيش منافسة بين شركات التكنولوجيا والمعلومات اللي ليها سمعة كبيرة ان هي تشتغل في هذا الموضوع. في تحديات تقنيه من ناحيه الانظمه وقواعد البيانات، عندنا كمان تحديات تنظيميه، تحديات مؤسسيه، تحديات تشريعيه اللي هي بتخلي تداول البيانات مسموح بطريقه قابله ما تضرش باجهزه اخرى. التوجهات للتحول لمنظومه النقل الذكي، هنلاقي في رفع كفاءة النقل الجماعي، الاستثمار في تطبيق شبكة في أنظمة النقل الذكي، تطبيقات التقنيات الحديثة لإدارة تشغيل مركبات النقل الجماعي. تعتبر منظومة النقل الذكية التطور الطبيعي للبنية الأساسية للنقل في المدن التقليدية. كمان أنظمة النقل الذكية بتوفر طاقة استيعابية أكبر وفتح مسارات للمشاة والدراجات. ده من متطلبات الاستدامة. لو جينا نشوف الأجهزة المطلوبة، هنلاقيها أجهزة بنية أساسية، اتصالات، مراكز تحكم، معلومات أساسية، خرائط رقمية، استشعار وكاميرات مراقبة، أجهزة تحديد المكاني في المركبات، لكن تطبيقها من خلال مجموعة أنظمة الجي بي اس والجي اي اس والاي في ال والاي بي سي والجي اس ام سي والبان والريموت كنترول والسمارت كار والاس تي ال والواي فاي. النظام المؤسسي المتوافق هنلاقي في إدارة النقل الجماعي، إدارة مواقف السيارات، إدارة الطرق خارج المدينة، الطرق السريعة، إدارة تحصيل الطرق السريعة، وكمان إدارة الطرق داخل المدينة، إدارة نظم المعلومات، إدارة الحوادث المرورية، إدارة خدمة العملاء. دي مجموعة الإدارات اللي مفروض تكون كنظام مؤسسي موجود مع منظومة النقل الذكية. طيب احنا بنتكلم على الجهات المسؤولة. انا بتكلم على اعادة توزيع الادوار ما بين القطاع الدولة والقطاع الخاص والان جي اوز وشركات تكنولوجيا المعلومات. ان الدولة دورها يقتصر على وضع الاستراتيجيات للتحول للتطبيقات الذكية، وان القطاع الخاص هو اللي يتحمل العبء الاكبر المالي لانشاء البنية الاساسية، والمنظمات انها تبدا في المبادرات المجتمعية زي ما شفنا في تجربة ابو ظبي. المبادرات مهمة جدا، وكمان شركات التكنولوجيا اللي هي تبتدي تدرب العاملين وتدرب الناس على الاتجاهات الحديثة. كود أنظمة النقل الذكية، احنا اتكلمنا على 5 عناصر: أنظمة النقل الذكي، مراكز إدارة الحركة المرورية، أنظمة النقل الذكية في الشوارع الشريانية المحلية، أنظمة انتظار مواقف السيارات الذكية، وأنظمة الإدارة الذكية للنقل الجماعي. ويمكن دي اتكلمنا فيها أكتر، اللي هي وحدة التحكم بالحافلات ونظام تحديد موقع المركبات التلقائي ونظام معلومات الركاب وجدول الحافلات والإدارة المتكاملة لمستودعات الحافلات ومراقبة السائق والوقود وأولوية إشارة المرور والأمن والسلامة وأنظمة التحصيل الإلكتروني. دي ال5 عناصر أو ال5 بنود اللي تناولها كود المدن الذكية، وأنا بختصر برضه عشان الوقت. لما نيجي نتكلم على عناصر برضو بنركز على مركز التشغيل مع COC والربط مع CCC من خلال مركز المراقبة والتحكم، وده من قبل الجهات المختصة بتحديد المساحات المطلوبة، وده بيتكلم على مراكز المعلومات اللي هتبقى ملحقة في كل مركز، والتفويض لمراكز المراقبة إنها توفر التصميم والتحكم في المهام الأخرى. لو جينا نشوف ايه العناصر الاساسيه لانظمه النقل، عندنا المركبات والبنيه الاساسيه لانظمه النقل والبنيه الاساسيه للنقل. اشتغلنا التطبيقات من خلال 3 محاور: المحور الجغرافي، المحور المؤسسي، المحور الزمني. وكل محور من المحاور دي له التطبيقات بتاعته، سواء التطبيقات الحضريه او الاقليميه او القوميه او الدوليه. بالنسبه للمحور المؤسسي اتكلمنا على التطبيقات بتاعت وسيط نقل واحد، اذا كان في اتوبيسات، مركبات، سكه موجهه، تطبيقات ربط النقل المتعدد الوسائط، تطبيقات متكامله للبضائع مع منظومه نقل البضائع متعدده الوسائط. اما المحور الزمني اللي هو الوقت الفعلي وتطبيقات التخطيط التكتيكي قصير المدى وطويل المدى. متطلبات تصميم البنية الأساسية لشبكة اتصالات أنظمة النقل، اتكلمنا على التصريح للجهات ذات العلاقة برؤية أي معلومات. طبعا موضوع المعلومات أحيانا بيتعرض أو بيصطدم مع جهات بتبقى مش عايزة المعلومات تبقى متاحة لكله، لكن في تصريح لبعض الجهات هي اللي تشتغل والتنبيه عليها في أماكن الحوادث، خاصة إن في الحوادث ان في جهات كتيره بتبقى متعلقه بيها، سواء الشرطه او الاسعاف او سواء الدفاع المدني، وانظمه التحكم في الحركه المروريه بعد الحادثه ايه اللي المفروض يتعمل. الكود بيتكلم على يجب، يعني احنا في الاول وفي الاخر بندي الكود للجهه اللي هتشتغل بيه وهتطبقه على ارض الواقع. نيجي لمركز إدارة الحركة المرورية، بنتكلم فيه من عدة عناصر. إن المركز فيه إدارات: المهندس المرور والحوادث والأحداث الطارئة والنقل الجماعي والتذاكر والمقصة. المركز بيشتغل على إدارة الشوارع الشريانية والمحلية، كمان بيتكامل مع كافة الفرق لتحسين إدارة الحركة المرورية ويحقق أعلى معدلات السرعة للاستجابة للحوادث والحالات الطارئة. كل ده بنشرحه جوه الكود بيتعمل ازاي. إدارة الحالات الأحداث الطارئة، الإدارة الاستجابة الفعالة متعددة التخصصات، الكشف والتحقق من الحدث. وبرضه برجع وأكد تاني إن كل الأحداث الطارئة برضه بتتربط مع COC وكافة الجهات وممثلين عنها. أنظمة النقل الذكية بالشوارع الشريانية بتشتغل على تجميع البيانات ومعلومات المتنقلين ومراقبة الحركة المرورية وإدارة الحركة المرورية. متطلبات مراقبة ومتابعة الحركة المرورية من خلال تجميع بيانات عن الحركة لكل حارة، وعناصر تجميع الحركة المرورية في المواقع، وأجهزة المراقبة البيئية ودي مهمة قوي، ومتطلبات تصميم أجهزة بيانات الحركة المرورية وكل البيانات لكل عنصر من العناصر، الهدف منها ايه وبتعمل ايه. كمان معلومات المتنقلين بنتكلم على اللافتات اللي هي ذات الرسائل المتحركه واللافتات المحموله ذات الرسائل المتغيره، متطلبات اختيار مواقع اللافتات. وزي ما احنا عارفين اللافتات المحمولة دي بتدي رسائل حسب نوع أو حسب المشكلة الموجودة في الطريق. إدارة الحركة المرورية بيتكلم على نظام الإشارات المنعكسة للحارات، وبنتكلم على نظام التحكم في الحارات، وبنتكلم على نظام التحكم المتغير في السرعة أو حدود السرعة المتغيرة، ونظام الإشارات المرورية. مراقبة الحركة المرورية بنتكلم على عناصر نظام المراقبة بالدوائر التلفزيونية المغلقة وكاميرات الدوائر التلفزيونية المغلقة، سواء لحركة المرور بالطرق السريعة أو لاكتشاف تلقائي للحوادث، وكمان متطلبات اختيار مواقع نظام المراقبة بالدوائر المغلقة. مواقف الانتظار طبعا هي دي من أكبر المشاكل الموجودة في المدن عامة، إنك إزاي تلاقي موقف انتظار. المواقف الذكية بتتكلم على 4 أنواع، الطريق الجانبي أو في تحكم آلي أو في منطقة مفتوحة. متطلبات التخطيط لدراسات احتياجات المدينة وفي الانتظار بنتكلم على المعلومات الميكانية ونوع مكان الانتظار وحالة الموقف، إذا كان في صيانة ولا إحلال وتجديد اللافتات والإرشادات، سعته، أنواع المركبات اللي ممكن استقبالها، إتاحة الاستخدام من حيث أحقية الدخول، دراسات الجدوى، معلومات عن المناطق المحيطة واستخداماتها سواء تجارية أو سكنية، معلومات عن المواطنين ومعدل ملكية السيارة، لوائح الاستخدام وتعليمات التشغيل، وكمان رسوم الانتظار وساعات فرضها وشروطها وآليات تحصيلها. الأنظمة الآلية عندنا نظام الإرشاد والمعلومات، نظام المعلومات القائم على الانتقال، نظام السداد الذكي، نظام حجز أماكن الانتظار الإلكتروني، إنك تحجز قبل ما تروح مكان الانتظار. مكونات أنظمة انتظار مواقف السيارات الذكية، المستشعرات وأماكن وقوف الكاميرات، التطبيق المحمول، أجهزة تجميع بيانات المستشعرات، ونظام مركزي للتحكم. أهم الوظائف اكتشاف أقرب موقف لانتظار السيارات، تسجيل دخول المعلومات والمركبة ومغادرتها وحساب الرسوم النهائية، التعرف على المركبات وبياناتها واللوحة المعدنية، تجميع وتحليل ومعالجة المعلومات عن الموقف الإجمالي ونسب الإشغال، وتسجيل جميع المعلومات في قاعدة بيانات متصلة بمركز إدارة الحركة. آخر حاجة أنظمة أنظمة الإدارة الذكية للنقل، لنظام النقل الجماعي. هنلاقي إن هو بيعتمد على مجموعة من العناصر، إن المركبة تكون ليها مسار وليها أنظمة في أجرة النقل الجماعي والتحكم ومراقبة أسطول وسلامة النقل الجماعي والتنسيق مع الوسائط الأخرى وأولوية عبور النقل الجماعي ومركبات الطوارئ وعدد الركاب وحماية الترانزيت. ودي مكونات الأتوبيس في حوالي 7 عناصر أساسية. لأي باص في الحافلة لازم يكون في مجموعة العناصر دي علشان نقدر نقول عليه أتوبيس ذكي. وفي 3 مجموعات، مجموعة أساسية ومجموعة المشغلين ومجموعة تعتمد على التكامل مع الأنظمة أو البنية الأساسية للنقل الذكي. في نظام تحديد موقع المركبات التلقائي، ونظام معلومات للركاب، ونظام جدولة الحافلات ونظام الدفع بالمركبات، ونظام الإدارة المتكاملة للجراشات وحافلات النقل الجماعي، إدارة مراقبة السائق والوقود إذا كان السائق بيستهلك وقود أكتر أو بيستخدم فرامل أكتر، وأولوية إشارة المرور، والأمن والسلامة، وأنظمة التحصيل الإلكتروني. طبعا نظرا لضيق الوقت أنا كان ودي أن أنا أتكلم بالتفصيل عن كل هذه العناصر، لكن أنا في الآخر خالص بقول النتائج المتوقعة من تطبيق أنظمة كود النقل الذكية: تحسين كفاءة وإدارة أنظمة النقل والمرور، رفع كفاءة أنظمة النقل الجماعي وتحقيق التكامل بين أنظمة النقل المختلفة، الربط بين وسائل المواصلات المختلفة، تقليل حجم المرور وزمن التأخير، توفير أنظمة نقل نظيفة باستخدام أنظمة المعلومات والاتصالات، دعم إنشاء شبكات المشاة والدراجات. وفي النهاية بأشكركم جدا وأتمنى أن نكون التزمت بالوقت.
شكرا جزيلا Professor Arif. We appreciate your presentation. It's very informative as the others too, and a lot of good and exciting things to see in smart communities and smart cities. And at this point in time, I would like to open the question and answer session. I have looked at some of the ones that were posted under the Q&A indication here. And one of them came from Sahar Dawood. And I'm going to read it. And it was not addressed to a specific presenter, but I'm opening it to anybody who would like to address it if possible. It says, we have a lot of training institutions related back essentially to their ministry, like the transport ministry. How we can improve and establish the skills and the requirements, educational materials of staff whom they are working inside it. So I don't know if somebody who had experience. My experience from the American side, for example, is the Florida Department of Transportation. It's the Ministry of Transport in the state of Florida. They definitely have training programs, and they even start some of the trainees at the senior level in college to rotate them around the different departments and get them a flavor of their experience. Now, if somebody from Egypt or the Emirates would like to address that, would love to hear that opinion, please. Okay, obviously we don't have.
Sorry, I can just answer. We are, from our perspective now, everything has gone online nowadays. This is Sonal. So we are running online training sessions, which are generally free for students to come and attend. And for people who are able to pay for it, there's a small nominal fee to attend training courses in software. And these are being done every week in the month. They are advertised on LinkedIn and other social media platform. I can send the details of this to Dr. Atif so that all the panelists can know, and they are aware of how to work with various software tools and various developing methodologies which are there. There was a training program which we used to run for transport modeling for managers, really, which was like a 2-day capsule program which talked about what has been done over here. So luckily these days we don't have to travel anywhere to do training. We can do it via technology like this over here. So just watch out the space and be in touch, Dr. Atif. So whatever we do, we can share, and the government attendees can attend in that ways.
Thank you, Sonal, for addressing this particular question. I guess Sahar also raised the same question, and I've seen it raised by others even in the first session. They were asking about a certificate for attending this conference. So I'm going to leave it up to Dr. Issam Sharaf and Dr. Atif Gharib to perhaps respond to that for the attendees or the participants later on. We have a question from Rashid. My question is addressed to Dr. Hassan Tahsin. We noticed a big effort in Egypt in the last few years to build new roads and improve the road infrastructure. Do you think this can contribute to less crowded road network? Dr. Hassan, we lost Dr. Hassan. Perhaps maybe we can address it to Dr. Muhammad Fathi Arif, maybe since he's also looking at the network in Egypt and all of that. Would you like to take a shot at this question, Dr. Arif?
في الحقيقة المشاريع اللي بتحصل في مصر دلوقتي مشاريع متقدمة جدا وبتحسن من جودة العمران، وخاصة في العاصمة الإدارية، وهبتدي أضيف كمان وفي مدينة العالمين والمنصورة الجديدة، ودول بيشكلوا مجموعة من المشاريع الذكية القوية اللي هنبتدي كمصر نشارك بها دول العالم ككيس ستادي موجودة في مصر. وطبعا الكود اللي اتعمل واعتمد ده هيساهم في كده. لكن على أرض الواقع في مشاريع هيعلن عنها قريبا بتتمثل في مباني أو وسائل نقل في مشروع الأنظمة الذكية.
Along the same line, there was a question also raised, and it says, how to get the Egyptian code for smart cities? Dr. Arif, is there a code that has been established already for smart cities in Egypt? And if so, how do you get that?
احنا اوريدي عملنا كود للمدن الذكيه واعتمد، لكن اللي عايز نسخه ان شاء الله الشهر الجاي المركز هيقوم بطباعه الكود، لان هو لسه معتمد قريب من وزير الاسكان، لكن ان شاء الله الشهر الجاي هيكون متاح للبيع لاي حد عايز نسخه منه.
Thank you. I guess as I looked at the list, we have addressed most of the posted questions here. I myself had a couple of questions that I would like to bring up here. And Dr. Abdelati, again, as I looked at the safety of truckers in the United States, it has been proven to work well, and the number of crashes, you may agree with me or disagree, that they are not as high as the passenger cars. And in most of our work, we tend to focus only on the street traffic, the vehicle to vehicle, but not trucks. Is there a way to include that as part of the monitoring system and the big data, or is there an issue there with allowing the truckers to be able to track them and see where they are and where they're going?
Right. So part of let's talk about the data first. So part of the infrastructure-based detection systems identify the type of vehicle. So it is not only that we are getting the speed, etc., from the detectors. We can also get the type of vehicle, even up to motorcycle or pickup truck or large truck, etc. So this is no problem in capturing this. Now there are many systems that is based on vehicle-based detection, as I mentioned, such as the applications that different vendors are using and different companies are using. So there are monitoring of truck fleets, etc. There is data produced by Association of Truckers, etc. in the US, and we have used it in modeling freight in the past. But with respect to real time, yes. I mean, if we have the infrastructure-based truck volumes, locations, speeds, etc., we can monitor all this, no problem. If the truck companies will give us access to their private information, this is even better. So I agree with you that the trucks would be also part of the equation. Yeah, does this answer your question? You're talking about data in particular?
Yeah, it did answer the question partially, and it is something that has been always a problem. They're private, you cannot impose on them that they should release that information, and they are in competition with others. So they really cannot do that. But there are non-intrusive ways of tracking them, right? And being able to provide safety. Yeah.
Right. Now, one of the outputs of we have a new project from USDOT Office of the Secretary to build on the system that I touched on in my presentation, which is the real time. Part of the requirements of this project is to provide our data to third parties, including freight, so emergency vehicles and freight, so that they can reroute and replan the routes based on the safety conditions on their intended route. So in this case, we can save time for responding emergency vehicles. I'll also say, so there is no need to have a truck or group of trucks in a situation that is turbulent, that our system is telling us it is high risk. it is better to route them away from this route. So this is one of the intentions. So this is again real time, involving the trucks.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all the participants and all the presenters. And with that, I want to turn it over to the concluding remarks that Dr. Atif Gharib will take over. I guess Lena will take it from there.
Yeah. شكرا كثير دكتور عصام رضوان على إدارتك الرائعة للجلسة، ونشكر المتحدثين للجلسة الثانية. أما الآن ننتقل للجلسة الاختتامية التي يديرها الدكتور عاطف غريب، المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة تطوير الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، لمناقشة المقترحات والتوصيات التي توصل إليها المتحدثون في هذا المؤتمر. الدكتور عاطف غريب متخصص في الهندسة المدنية، وحاصل على درجة الدكتوراه في هندسة النقل بخبرة علمية وعملية تزيد عن 32 عاماً في نفس المجال، وهو المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة تطوير. بالإضافة لذلك يشغل منصب أستاذ في جامعة الزقازيق في مصر. على طول مسيرته العلمية والعملية شغل الدكتور عاطف غريب عدة مناصب في المجال الأكاديمي، كما تبوأ عدة مناصب استراتيجية في صناعة الطرق والمرور في عدد من البلدان العربية والأجنبية، كما له ما يزيد عن 60 بحثاً علمياً منشوراً في منتديات ومجلات علمية. تفضل دكتور.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Has been a very long day. طيب اليوم كان طويل، وانا هحاول باذن الله ان نكون very short. الكلوزنج ريماركس انا حاولت ان انا نحطها في 4 نقاط رئيسيه. النقطه الاولى الفوت فور ثانكس او رسائل شكر وتقدير. النقطه الثانيه I will highlight very small issue عن تطوير. النقطه الثالثه وده اللي اوريدي اللي اتغطت بمعظم المحاضرين اللي هي related project in the region. واخيرا احنا عكفنا خلال الاسبوع الماضي على to drive recommendations. طلبنا البرزنتيشنز من المحاضرين we did drive some draft presentation حصل we share it مع الدكتور عصام شرف، وهنعرضها هنا for as a draft ان شاء الله ونissue it من خلال الاتحاد المهندسين العرب. الرسائل الشكر انا هبداها باتحاد المهندسين العرب ممثل في الاستاذ الدكتور عادل الحديثي الامين العام، والمهندس احمد سلمان رئيس شعبة النقل ولجنة النقل بالاتحاد، على اتاحتهم الفرصة لتطوير انها تنظم او تساهم في تنظيم المؤتمر. رسالة الشكر الثانية لأستاذي ومعلمي الدكتور عصام شرف على شيئين رئيسيين. الشيء الأول هو دعمه لتطوير منذ إنشائها ودعمه ليها بالمساهمة في تنظيم المؤتمر. النقطة الثانية ودي شخصية، إنه دعمه ورعايته ليا من 33 سنة. طبعا دي لا تعبر عن السن، لأن أياميها كان الدكتور عصام 25 سنة أو أقل وانا كنت 19-18 سنه، بس كان له الفضل في دخولي في مجال صناعه النقل. رساله الشكر الثالثه لاستاذي الدكتور عصام رضوان على دعمه ليا بصوره شخصيه من 28 سنه تقريبا او اكثر، ودعمه لشركه تطوير منذ انشائها، وكان للدكتور عصام رضوان الفضل في تحويلي من مجال البيفمنت الى مجال الترافيك والترانسبورتيشن. رسالة الشكر الرابعة لزملائي وأساتذتي وأصدقائي المحاضرين اللي فيهم اللي صحي الساعة 4 الصبح أو قبل كده أو بعد كده، وحط التايم والإفورت to share with us الثوت والثينكينج والإكسبيرينس اللي عنده. رسالة الشكر الأخيرة لفريق العمل في تطوير اللي في الحقيقه اشتغلوا خلال الفتره منذ التكليف بتنظيم المؤتمر، اشتغلوا بحيث انه يخرج الحمد لله بصوره مقبوله. لو تسمحوا لي هدي نقطه او نبذه سريعه بسيطه عن تطوير. طبعا خلال الفتره من بدايه المؤتمر حوالي 5 ساعات او زياده سمعنا تطوير، بس يمكن ما اعطينا نبذه عنها
تطوير شركه شبه حكوميه او سيمي جوفرمنت كومباني. اسست 2012 وكان لي الشرف ان انا اكون الرئيس التنفيذي المؤسس ليها من الفكره الى يومنا هذا الحمد لله، وتعتبر تطوير one of the fastest growing company في الريجن. بدينا سنه 2012 ويمكن انا كنت لوحدي بالشركه لمده 8 شهور. الان الحمد لله رب العالمين بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى اصبحت عدد الموظفين حوالي 700 مهندس وبروفيشنال. الشركه اسست او اسسها من رحم صناعه النقل، صناعه الطرق والنقل والمرور، بس اسست بفكر مختلف. احنا كنا حاسين ان التكنولوجي هيكون ليها دور كبير جدا، فمن تاسيس الشركه كنا حريصين انه يكون توفر البلند او الخليط ما بين البروفيشنال انجينيرنج سيرفيسز التراديشنال اللي احنا متعودين عليها والانوفيتيف والسمارت تكنولوجي. فكان دايما التزاوج المارج بين التكنولوجي وبين البروفيشنال سيرفيسز لازم يكون من داي 1. الشركه منذ تاسيسها كانت جيرد انها تقدم تيرن كي سوليوشن، حلول متكامله فيها ديزاين فيها بيلد فيها اوبريت، ودايما حلولها تكون كوست افكتيف، تكون الكوست بتاعتها المقابل العائد بتاعها يكون العائد يكون اعلى بكثير من الكوست. ودايما كنا حريصين على ميكسينج البروفيشنال بيبل من كل العالم مع التكنولوجي بحيث يحصل المانج. السيرفيس اللي بتقدمها تطوير تتمثل في 3 محاور بيمثلوا مثلث متساوي الاضلاع. الهارت اوف ات او قلبه يعتمد البيج داتا والارتفيشال انتليجنت او الذكاء الاصطناعي. في معظم البرودكت بتاعتنا بنبقى حريصين على كده. الضلع اللي على اليسار الضلع الاول وده بيمثل التراديشنال انجينيرنج او بروفيشنال انجينيرنج سيرفيسز اللي هي الكونسلتيشن اللي اتعودنا عليها، سواء كانت ترافيك ستاديز، ماستر بلاننج، ديزاين، موديلنج، وات ايفر التراديشنال بروجكت. الضلع الاخر ناحيه اليمين كان بيمثل الانوفيشن اند كوميونيكيشن تكنولوجي اللي هي السوفت وير بارت. الضلع اللي في القاعده كان بيمثل السمارت سيستم سوليوشن اللي هي الهاردوير بارت. معظم البرودكت بتاعتنا بتبدا من الضلع اللي على اليسار، وبنشوف بعد ما نعمل المودلز والديزاين نشوف what could we do from a software part, then we choose a sensor والكاميرا والhardware part that could fit. When all of this we utilize a lot the big data والartificial intelligence in our products. في الحقيقه انا كان في تحضير لعدد من المشاريع اللي نعرضها، بس الزملاء سواء المهندس حمد العفيفي غطى كتير من مشاريع ابو ظبي، او الدكتور حسن تحسين غطى اهم مشروعين في مصر سواء الاي تي اس ايجيبت او العاصمه الاداريه اللي طرح حديثا. فانا اي ويل سكيب، بس لو تسمحوا لي هعرض عدد بسيط من مشاريع تطوير عشان نشوف الفليفر بتاع البرودكت. المشروع الاول اللي انا يعني احب اتكلم عنه هو مشروع ابو ظبي سيف سيتي. المشروع بيتكون من 4 اجزاء رئيسيه. الجزء الاول هو 45 سمارت تاورز منتشره في ابو ظبي، كل تاور منهم يحتوي على VMS تغطي تقريبا 3 حارات، AMPR او Automated License Plate Recognition كاميرا بتغطي ال6 lanes بلس شولدر، 2 VMS واحده للاب ستريم وواحده للداون ستريم، فوكس سنسورز وسبيد كاميرا. ال 45 تاور دول تم تحديد مواقعهم بناء على ستادي ديتيلد ستادي وانفستيجيشن بحيث تغطي النتورك وفي نفس الوقت تكون بيفور ديسيجن بوينتس. الجزء الثاني من المشروع السبيد كاميرا، more around 500 سبيد كاميرا distributed على النتورك. السبيد كاميرا دي احنا بنستخدمها for 2 things. One to enforce the speed, 2 as a traffic counters. في الحقيقه كانت الشركات بتسيل السبيد كاميرا as to enforce the speed، بس احنا وظفناها to get traffic data in a 3 minute or 5 minute or 1 minute interval من على الطريق and send it للباك اوفيس. الجزء الثالث من المشروع التليكوميونيكيشن نتورك. We built for this project a 4G dedicated 4G network لنقل الداتا من الديفايسز اللي في السايت الى مركز المدينه الامنه. مركز المدينه الامنه احنا we developed from scratch a platform called سلامه. البلاتفورم ده عليه 22 سب سيستم، كل سب سيستم بيؤدي فانكشن وفي الاخر بيسبورت الديسيجن for the city. One of the subsystem, for example, Intelligent Traffic Safety Management System developed بالتعاون مع الدكتور عبد العاطي، اللي بيحدد لنا اللوكيشن بتاع الهوت سبوت والكراشز، الهوت اريا والهوت لينكس والهوت سبوتس، وبيحدد كمان الكاونتر ميجرز للتعامل معاها، الكاونتر ميجرز، وبيقيم الكاونتر ميجر was it effective or not باستخدام الاي اي تكنولوجي. Another subsystem was الاوبتيما او الريال تايم دايناميك ترافيك بريدكشن موديل، اللي بيعطينا الترافيك كونديشن الحالي وافتر 3 مينت وافتر 15 مينت وافتر هاف ان اور، ودوت بيتغذى عشان تو كيب ات اب اند راننج اند تو كيب ات اب تو ديت، بيتغذى من الترافيك كاونتر او السبيد كاميرا، الداتا لينكد من الجراوند ترافيك، فدايما هو ابديتد ودايما ريلايبل تو يوز. We created في الترافيك safety city center a big data where we used all of these data for several tasks for traffic police to better allocate the patrol cars and to better monitor them, to do a smart awareness system, to create what we call safe city indicators, where we succeeded to predict the public safety condition on each and every sector in Abu Dhabi every 3 minutes. We include data for fire, data for crime, data for traffic, data for whatever. And المشروع بدأ مروري ولكنه تحول بعد شوية إلى إنه يصبح يتعامل مع الببليك سيفتي. ده المشروع الأول بسرعة، في طبعا 22 سب سيستم it's hard to talk about في وخصوصا بعد يوم طويل زي ده. المشروع الثاني فيس 1 من السمارت سيتي بروجكت، وده بدأ كمشروع سمارت لايتنج سيستم، عبارة عن تغيير لللمبات الستريت لايتنج من العادية للليد الموفرة. كان هدفه انه يقلل استخدام الطاقة بنسبة 82%، يعني استخدام الطاقة يصبح 18% instead of 100%. المشروع فيه لورا نتورك لنقل التحكم المالي. هدفه كان توفير الطاقة. احنا ضفنا له بلاتفورم to be able in the future to have a real smart city platform where we create a big data, where we have the GIS, where we have the analysis, and we could link to whatever sensor in the future to create really what we call a smart city. المشروع بدأ في يناير ويحتوي تغيير 43,000 لايت بار، ويحتوي على توفير بلاتفورم واللورا نتورك. وده هيخلينا انه to better manage and operate the whole city from pollution point of view, from lighting point of view, from traffic point of view, from waste management point of view and whatever. المشروع الثالث واللي احب انه هايلايت هو السمارت درايفنج تيست. في الحقيقه ده المشروع يمكن الاول من العالم انه وي فولي اوتوميت الدرايفنج بروسيس، من حجز موعد للتيست الى اخذ التيست نفسه من خلال توفير 28 مركبه للرود تيست للدرايفر equipped with a lot of sensors and camera, and where everything is measured, and the student or the test taker is being evaluated based on the system itself. We created a new platform for this, and the process is fully automated. I have a video. I don't know if it will run or not, but it is fully automated where there is no interference من examiner. والمشروع مدعم بكنترول روم where a supervisor see all the mistakes developed by the road test takers and really it's a very unique project, and it's up and running since August of last year. المشروع الرابع هو السمارت باترول بروجكت، اللي احنا وفرنا لشرطه ابو ظبي 220 دوريه. اخذنا اللايت بار واكويبت ات ويز ANPR camera, CCTV camera, LiDAR for speed, platform fully to operate all of this. The smart patrol, we succeed to issue 5 different violation automated. Officers, they don't have to interfere. The only thing is to confirm, or the system will confirm it automatically. السمارت باترول بتستطيع انها to issue speed violation, to issue عدم استخدام حزام الامان، استخدام الموبايل، التعرف على السيارات المطلوبه او السيارات المنتهيه الترخيص، التعرف على الفيس، هذا فيس ريكوجنيشن لو في اشخاص مطلوبين او شيء. والمشروع برضه اب اند راننج من العام الماضي. طبعا في مشاريع كتير لابو ظبي، بس اعتقد ان المهندس حمد العفيفي غطى معظمها. في مشاريع كمان لدبي والمنطقه. المشاريع معظمها تتجه نحو استخدام المترو واستخدام اللايت ريل واستخدام الترام وتحديد لينز للباسز وانفورس ات اوتوماتيكالي. وطبعا حصل كلام كتير على هايبر لوب، بوب ماكوين عرضها والدكتور عصام رضوان اتكلم عنها. في برضه بعض المشاريع في اماره الفجيره واماره الشارجه ريليتد للسمارت السستينبل موبيليتي والاربن ترانسبورت انيشيتيفز. بعض المشاريع كمان في منطقه الخليج اجين معظمها يتجه نحو الماس ترانزيت او المترو لاينز. في مشروع طبعا يونيك في السعوديه سمعنا كلنا عنه، النيوم ميجا سيتي بروجكت، انه to develop the world most user centric, environmentally friendly and technologically advanced land mobility ecosystem. المشروع حصل اناونسمنت عنه، المعلومات المتاحه مش كثيره. في بلاتفورم اتعمل في عمان عن الباسنجر انفورميشن والفيكل انفورميشن وتوحيد التيكتنج والاي تيكتنج وكل هذه الامور. كل الانيشيتيف دي موجوده في المنطقه. وكان في 2 انيشيتيف، اعتقد الدكتور حسن تحسين عرض ITS ايجيبت وعرض العاصمه الاداريه، ودول 2 بيج انيشيتيفز من شانهم ان يغيروا الخريطه بتاعه النقل في مصر بشكل كبير، خصوصا مشروع العاصمه الاداريه، لانه يعني تطلعاته عاليه كتير جدا، رايح ريلي السمارت سيتي برودكت. نوصل لحته الكونكلوجن. انا بحاول يعني ما اطولش في الوقت، لان احنا يعني اخذنا وقت اطول من البلان بكتير. الكونكلوجن اند الفيوتشر دايركشن والريكومنديشن. احنا النهارده استمعنا ل 11 برزنتيشن تقريبا. سمعنا من بوب ماكوين السمارت موبيليتي وان سمارت سيتي، من ريتشارد لامبرت الفوكسنج اون بيبل، من يورج السستينبل سيستم ان برلين، من شالاندرا الموبيليتي از ا سيرفيس، من دكتور مهيب الترانسبورت ان بغداد، من ريتشارد هاريس السستينابيلتي والسوليوشنز. السيشن الثاني كان في 5 برزنتيشن. دكتور عبد العاطي اعطانا يعني برزنتيشن على الاكتيف ترافيك مانجمنت تكنولوجي. المهندس حمد العفيفي عطى برزنتيشن على التشالنجز اند نيو دايركشن ان ابو ظبي. الدكتور حسن تحسين عطى برزنتيشن على الامبروفمنت ثرو ITS ابلكيشن. الدكتور عارف عطى الايجيبشن ستاندرد فور سمارت سيتي او الكود. سونال عطى برزنتيشن على الريال تايم ترافيك مانجمنت سيستمز. ومن هنا يعني كل هذه البرزنتيشن كانت فوكس في الوصول الى to assure safe, efficient, accessible, affordable, seamless, convenient, reliable and sustainable transport system لكل الناس. accessible to all people. يعني كل المحور بتاعنا واللي احنا نتمناه ان احنا نصل فعلا للترانسبورت سيستم يحقق هذه الاهداف. ومن هنا هنوصل للفاينل ريكومنديشن اللي we drafted واي هوب انها تكون as you expect. ودي في الحقيقه احنا بصينا على كل البرزنتيشنز اللي اتعرضت وصنفنا الريكومنديشن الى جزء يخص السياسات والاستراتيجيات والتشريعات زي ما يمكن ما شفنا في البرزنتيشن، كل المحاضرين نادوا بهذا الموضوع. جزء ثاني يخص التمويل، جزء ثالث يخص اختبار الابتكارات، وجزء الرابع يخص تطوير آليات الحوار، في جزء يخص التعليم. التوصية الأولى هي وضع سياسات واستراتيجيات لتعزيز منظومة التنقل الحضري المستدام والتصدي للتحديات المعاصرة التي تحول دون تطوير وتحسين نظام النقل الحضري. التوصية الثانية سن التشريعات وتحديث اللوائح لإنشاء الإطار المؤسسي والقانوني اللازم لتطوير منظومة التنقل الحضري المستدام. التوصية الثالثة إنشاء برامج تمويل وطنية باستخدام آليات تمويل مختلفة بما في ذلك الPPP موديل لتحديد الأولويات أثناء تقييم التكاليف والفوائد المرتبطة بخطط تحسين نظام التنقل الحضري. إنشاء مختبرات للابتكار وتشجيع المشاريع التجريبية لتقييم تأثير وإمكانات نشر الحلول الجديدة والمبتكرة التي من شأنها تطوير وتحسين نظام التنقل الحضري المستدام. وأنا أتوقف هنا، إحنا بالفعل بالمشاركة مع مركز النقل المتكامل في أبو ظبي أنشأنا ما يسمى LIM ميل موبيليتي انوفيشن لاب. المفروض ان احنا في الفاينل ستيج بتاع توقيع مذكره التفاهم. من الهدف الرئيسي هو اختبار كل ما هو جديد في عالم النقل، سواء هو هاردوير او سوفت وير او كونسبت از ويل. النقطه التاليه انشاء مراصد قادره على تقييم البنيه التحتيه والقدرات الحاليه ودراسه كيفيه تطويرها. لو ما قدرناش نقيم ما هو حالي لن نستطيع نبني عليها، فلا بد ان يكون عندنا آلية ومراصد تستطيع انها تقيم البنيه التحتيه، سواء هي بنيه تحتيه انفراستراكشر للاي تي بارت او انفراستراكشر للرود بارت او الترانسبورت نتورك، ودراسه كيفيه تطويرها من ثم تعديلها اذا لزم الامر باستخدام التقنيات الجديده، وتطوير خارطه الطريق لتنفيذ رؤى التطوير والتعديل. النقطة التالية تطوير آليات الحوار البناء والنشر المستمر. محتاجين ان احنا نتبادل المعلومات وننشر ما هو جديد، زي الفورم اللي احنا عملناه دوت. انا اعتقد انه الموضوع بتاعه والتوبيك بتاعته فيري امبورتنت لعالمنا الحالي، عالمنا العربي، وخصوصا في الفترة الحالية. تطوير آليات الحوار البناء والنشر المستمر للمعلومات المرتبطة بأحدث التقنيات والابتكارات المرتبطة بمنظومة التنقل الحضري المستدام. النقطة الخاصة بالتعليم، ودي اللي حصل عليها سؤال، ودي مهم جدا ان احنا نعيد النظر في المناهج التعليمية الخاصة بقطاع النقل. يعني مش ممكن المناهج اللي من الخمسينات تبقى كما هي. يمكن في تجربة في يونيفرسيتي اوف سنترال فلوريدا انه بدأ يعطي السيفل انجينيرنج ديبارتمنت بيعطي ماستر في السمارت سيتي. ده حصل نوع من التزاوج بين التكنولوجي بارت والاي تي بارت والترانسبورت بارت. فالنقطة بتدرس تطوير مناهج التعليم الأكاديمي والفني بما يساعد على الابتكار وتطوير مهارات التفكير والإبداع اللازمة لمواجهة تحديات التنقل المستقبلية. النقطة التالية تشجيع الانفتاح والمرونة بما يتماشى مع التغيرات السريعة في تقنيات التنقل الحضري المستدام. في الحقيقة الموديل بتاع ديزاين بيلد اوبريت والنوت وورك، يمكن الثلاثه محتاجين ان احنا ندمجهم مع بعض، لانه التطور في التكنولوجي سريع بشكل كبير جدا. النقطه الاخيره الحرص على استيعاب الدروس المستفاده من التجارب الحاليه بشكل جيد والاستفاده منها في بناء خطط تحسين لجميع السياسات والبرامج القائمه. لو ما تعلمناش من الدروس لن نستطيع ان نتطور وان احنا نحسن انظمه وقطاعات النقل في بلادنا العربيه. اشكركم، كان يوم طويل الحمد لله انه يعني as planned